That now. So, welcome to Greenpoint Cricket Club here in the heart of Cape Town, and it's wonderful to have you here for the opening game of this Over-40s World Cup here in South Africa. And today's match between South Africa, the hosts, and Wales. And it is Jaco Castle, you'll see, bowling from the what do we call that? The ocean end of the ground? I'm not
Fair
quite
enough.
sure. And probably that's the northern end of the ground. We're at the southern end of the ground commentating for you today. And I'm James King, the Cape Fox, and with me I have Steve Westrout. It's great to have Steve here. And that is the first wicket that goes down for South Africa. And it's Mickey Martin for Wales, who has edged that one through to first slip. Warren Dugmore, the South African captain, takes the catch. And so Wales go to 2 for the loss of 1 in the third over. And Steve, that gives us a bit of a chance to actually talk a bit about the teams and just introduce them to you. So, word from the middle: South Africa won the toss and elected to bowl first. And Steve has the lineups there for us.
Good morning, James, and thank you very much. Huge welcome to everyone watching, listening all around the world. The opening match of the Cricket World Cup Over-40s in Cape Town. The teams read as follows. It's Warren Dugmore, the captain, and Carl Smith, Darren Bessage from Pinelands Cricket Club, Van Moelman from Brackenfell, also both boys there from the Cape, Nathan Jones, Jaco Castle, Somerset West, who's just taken the wicket. Jaco is a legend and a great cricketer from the Strand region and has been for many, many years. So Jaco picking up then the first wicket of this Cricket World Cup. Yasser Ditter, Johan Fourie, Lundi Mbani, Abdul Aziz Tamur, also from the Helderberg region, Peter Boyson, and Ridwan Williams, also a Western Province RPT player. The manager is Russell Bennett.
Yeah, and the Welsh team then. The captain, Gareth Edwards, wicketkeeper, Neil Harris, Sean Morris, Mickey Martin, Tim Hemp, Nick Morgan, James Breeze, Owain Hopkins, Matthew Smart, Dylan McPhee, Adam Hitchcott, and Paul Hitchcott. And it is Tim Hemp that has actually come now to the crease, number 4 on his back. And we're broadcasting this through to you on the YouTube with the visuals and commentary courtesy of Pitch Vision, as Jaco Castle's in for the last delivery of his second over, yet to concede a run, and that's a wicket maiden. So he has so far taken 1 wicket for no runs after his 2 overs. The second over of the day bowled by Lundi Mbani, and just conceding the 2 runs. And so the wicket of Mickey Martin going down there, and Martin, I think, out for 1, and it is then looks like some repairs already on the landing point there for Lundi Mbani. Umpire Peter Tate from Australia standing at the northern end, and at the ocean end or the southern end of the ground we have English umpire Rafiq Patel. So a good start for South Africa as they do some repair work on the bowler's landing point there. Lundi Mbani played in the border and for the Warriors in his career in first class level, so had a good first over.
Good to have some representation from the Eastern Cape, of course, from the
Of
border
course.
region myself growing up. So
Oh yeah,
very
okay.
proud to have
Well,
him here.
well, we have some good Eastern Cape representation. I grew up in PE, so or Abeja as it's called now. So very good.
I think socially the Eastern Cape guys always like being behind the mic or somewhere else.
I think so. Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
Uh,
the friendly province definitely, and friendly city. As Sean Morris as angles that one into the offside, and we have a pretty standard sort of field for the opening bowler Lundi Mbani. We've got 2 slips, a third man, uh, backward point, cover, mid off, wide-ish, mid on, mid wicket, and a man at sort of a long leg between fine leg and long leg. Mbani away from us again. So batter Sean Morris, who's played some minor counties cricket for Wales, and so 3 players in this Welsh team who've actually represented Wales at minor counties level in England, and Sean Morris, a legend in the northern part of Wales in terms of his batting prowess.
South African bowlers have settled into some good lengths and lines straight away this morning, and I think 3.3 overs, 2 for 1.
Yeah.
A fresh wicket as well being used this morning. It's the third strip. As the club games of the last weekends have been on strips 1 and 2, so probably just not coming on at this early stage in the morning, just a bit slow off the wicket, a bit spongy. It should firm up as the day goes on. So perhaps a good toss for South Africa to win and get out on the field early doors in this World Cup.
Certainly looks that way, Steve, as it's Mbani away from us now, and just playing inside the line. Not sure if he's leaving there. It looks like he is doing a leave, as he's expecting that ball to just swing a little bit away from him. A little bit of movement from Barney first thing, but the conditions here today, absolutely perfect in Cape Town. Beautiful blue skies, and we're right here in the Greenpoint area, right next to the sea, and it is really a beautiful day. Once again, brilliant lines, as you're saying, from Mbani and from Yako Castle this morning. Nothing so far loose at all. And they want to be making sure that, particularly in this opening power play period of 15 overs, that they make sure that there's nothing to hit.
I think the batsmen need to be slightly circumspect, because you obviously can't win the game in the first hour, but with the ball moving around, you certainly can do some damage up front here from the South African bowling perspective. Another brilliant over by Mbani.
So another maiden over for South Africa. 3 maidens that they've bowled so far in the 4 overs that we've had, and that one a maiden for Mbani, 2 maidens for Yako Castle, and the wicket of Mickey Martin, the opening batter for Wales, who was caught at first slip by the captain Warren Dugmore. And we have got Werner Moolman at wicketkeeper, Warren Dugmore first slip, Kyle Smith at second slip, and Lundi Mbani coming down to his position here at third man, just to the right of us in our commentary position. And in the gully, we have another. Sorry, it isn't. Oh, sorry, it's Darren Bassage who's actually keeping wicket. Werner Moolman actually in the gully. Apologies for that.
Yes, in fact, it is. It's Darren Bassage from Pinelands Cricket Club, kept for the Cobras back in his day. Formidable keeper batsman, and great to see him on the field representing South Africa. Tremendous bloke as well, and well deserved.
So one of 6 players in this South African squad of 16 that play first-class cricket here in South Africa, and really good to see them out on the field. And it's Yako Castle in towards us again. Oof.
He's a very wily cricketer, Yako Castle. I think he's identified the breeze blowing as we sit here slightly from left to right. He's going to be in and around that off stump. And as you can see on that third wicket, there's a slight slope away from the off stump, which allows him to just nibble and seam, and hence that first wicket being taken beautifully in the slips.
Yeah, very good description there from Steve as to exactly what happened with that, and knowing the local conditions very important. So that's very well played by him, just getting right behind the line of the delivery. Wales are coming into this match on the back of a very close game with Canada in the warm-ups, and they'll be very encouraged by that, one feels. But South Africa have a very strong lineup in this competition. Oh, that one just coming in with the arm, but also keeping a bit low. As you say, Steve, perhaps you say a bit of a fresh wicket. Good toss to win for South Africa, as you said.
I think so. I think it settles the nerve just as a host nation as well in an inaugural World Cup. It's great to get the guys on the field and in the game early doors and assessing the conditions. It's keeping a bit low on this side, and yet Mbani seems to be getting good carry and bounce on the other end.
So it's certainly something for the batters to make sure that they are getting used to early in the piece here, and certainly nothing really to hit so far for them, as it is Boyson there at mid-off who did the fielding on that one. Just trying to get all the names sorted out here. The first time that I'm seeing the Over-40s team in action. So it's Peter Boyson's, that one's left alone through to Bassage, the wicket keeper, and Darren Bassage, as you were saying, Steve, first-class career for Western Province, and he played in 36 first-class matches, batting-wise, 1,828 runs, highest score of 108 not out, 3 centuries, 9 50s, average of 30.98 in list A games, 15 of those, 362 runs with a highest score of 81 at an average of 24.1 with 350s. So Darren's career 2003 to 2007.
Those are pretty good
Yeah,
stats.
those are very good stats indeed. So,
and I think, as you said, James, great to have 6 former first-class cricketers in the
yes,
side as well,
absolutely.
just showing their commitment to the game, still playing
It's
today.
a very good shot from Sean Morris. That's the first boundary for Wales. It goes slightly wide this time from Lundi and Barney, and it's punished through, as you saw, through to the cover boundary, and it's picked up there. I think that's that Ridwan Williams or out there in the covers that just goes through to pick that one up.
Is it not Abdul
Is that
Aziz
Abdul
Timur?
Aziz Timur? It could be. I'm not sure who it is. I'm going to have to look there and see. We've got Yasser Ditta here at mid-off, and trying to say get to know the players and who they are so far. It's Mbani again. Nicely played by Morris.
Abdul himself, a first-class cricketer,
Right.
resides out in the Strand area in the Helderberg, and has been representing the first side there for a number of years, still to this day. As is Yaku Castle at 45 years
Yeah.
of age, still playing Premier League and very competitively for Durbanville Cricket Club.
So yeah, we'll get a handle on who the fielders are and get that updated as soon as we can. It's just into the leg side, and that's an easy single then for Morris, just rotating the strike, and Hemp will be on strike for the next delivery, and that will be the fourth of Lindy and Barney's third over, and it is now 7 for the loss of 1. Yucca Castle having bowled 3 consecutive maidens, which is absolutely outstanding from the opening bowler from South Africa.
Very impressed with Morris as well, James, just leaving the ball well.
Yes,
and then
he
the
is.
first time a bit of width was offered, he cashed in,
Yeah.
hit the boundary, and then also rotating the strike, getting on the other end, showing some class.
Absolutely. I mean, he has, as I was saying, just going through some of the information I managed to get out there, he just talk about that now at the end of this over. He is in his career still playing cricket at club level in the Liverpool and District competition. In that competition, over the course of his career for Colwyn Bay, he scored over 14,000 runs in that club area. So a really experienced batter, and he is with his good friend Gareth Edwards coming back together again. They come
Not
from
the
the
Gareth
same area.
Edwards, but
Not
the other one.
But the other one. It's a very good
Beautiful
delivery from Barney.
Yeah. Another good over. Just that little bit of width costing him in the boundary, but that's just been the one delivery in 5-6 overs from the South African side.
Incredible stuff from South Africa early on. 7 for the loss of 1 now are Wales after 6 overs. Castle, who has still, after 3 overs, taken 1 wicket and yet to concede a run. And unsurprisingly, he is going to be continuing the bowling from the ocean end of the ground, the southern end of the ground. And
yes, as Yaku Castle continues his spell into his 4th over,
I think
having not conceded a run, always in that channel, always asking questions,
yeah,
always in and around that off stump, just looking to take it away for you and hoping you nibble. But very difficult to leave a man of this accuracy, as he tends to come straighter and straighter later on in the day.
Absolutely. It's just keeping that on a sort of between a 4th and a 5th stump line outside that off stump, which is really, really impressive. And no great pace necessarily, but I think he probably could surprise you with 1 or 2. Just looking at his action, very, very economical action, and just comes in off a reasonably short run up. Nice, smooth action, and just angled into the gully where Moolman does the fielding.
It's just the evolution of Yaku Castle's game. I remember playing with him in 2004-5 at Somerset West Cricket Club. was in a very aggressive, sort of hard-hitting opening batsman and fast bowler who wasn't scared to be in your face and drop a couple short.
Okay.
But I think he's figured out at this level just what's required and hence prolonged his Premier League cricket career as well.
Which is great. I mean, the longer you can play cricket, I mean, just want to be out there in the middle, don't you? Oh my
Oh,
goodness, that
just at him again in that channel of uncertainty.
And that has stopped in front of us here, and they're coming
Chance of a
back
run out here. Bassel takes the bells off.
Very good running from Tim Hemp it is, and they get back for how many there did they go through for? That was 3, wasn't it? Or was it 4 that they ran?
I don't think 4, but I think
No,
very
I don't think
impressed by
so.
the fielding there, straight over the top of the stumps.
It was
Bassel takes the
outstanding.
bells off
Yeah.
in a flash, very close from this viewpoint.
Was very, very close, but I think, as you said, just in, and we're just trying to see how many runs actually. They did take 3 there, wasn't it? It was Morris on strike. Sorry, I was thinking it was Hemp on strike. It was Morris on strike, trying to play the sort of lap paddle or whatever. I'm not quite sure what he was trying to do there, but trying to invent a stroke.
I think he was caught in 2 minds, just
Yeah.
wondering whether am I leaving, am I playing, and then too late.
And then he managed to get then 3 off that particular one. Very good running by him to get there. It was so close to the off stump. Could easily have been the second wicket for Jaco Castle. But, bit inventive there, trying to be inventive. Morris.
Oh, he got him.
Got the edge, and he is on his way. So another wicket for Jaco Castle. And that is incredible bowling from the South African opening bowler. And that is Tim Hemp, who is gone without scoring. And he has gone for caught behind by Darren Bassage. And an excellent delivery. Jaco Castle, you have to say, deserving that second wicket. And so it is now 10 for the loss of 2. Wales in the 7th over of the innings. Just the 1 ball left in the 7th over. And South Africa making an excellent start here, Steve.
Look, I think Jaco Castle pressure there. 3 overs, 3 maidens. In the 4th over, first runs being scored. And in fact, off an inside edge, very lucky 3.
Yeah.
So no positive scoring shots of his bowling. And then back to that channel. And 2 balls later, a little nibble and straight through to the keeper, Bassage.
Yeah. Very, very good bowling. And we said, batters in that, when that 3 did come, it was out of a shot that was played more in inventiveness and trying to get some kind of runs rather than actually was really a false stroke. So he has been outstanding this morning. Number 22 on his back, Jaco Castle, and that wicket falling with the total on 10. So it has been tough out there this morning for Wales. And just the nagging accuracy of both of these bowlers, particularly Jaco Castle, has been outstanding.
And while he's in view as well, wouldn't you have a better manager than Russell Bennett, former Springbok fullback, a border boy, of course, I think, who played some rugby for the Sharks, South African rugby legend. He's the manager and he's in the middle there. I guess a guy like that could really pull a team together.
Yeah. Well, absolutely right. And it looks like he's doing his Rassie Erasmus thing, water boy, or what was it?
Very similar. I think Russell's also a good cricketer, a good sportsman from the Eastern Cape region. Yeah. But I think as well, just a great guy to have in your camp, playing for the badge. Yeah. He knows what it's all about. He's been there.
Absolutely right. And we were saying earlier on, I was chatting to a couple of my commentators on sort of WhatsApp earlier on, and just saying to them, it is certainly very social, the over 40s and over 50s cricket, but when you get on that field, you go over the line, go over the boundary ropes, it's on.
Nothing changes, I can tell you that much. Oh, took a Jaco Castle again. Good bowling, just first ball up, knowing you only had 1 ball left in the over, attacking the stumps and almost getting through.
And this is, so the new batter is Morgan. I'll get his first name for you now. That is Nick Morgan, the new batter, number 7 on his back, Nick Morgan, and he's at the crease because in that over, Jaco Castle conceding 3, his first runs that he has conceded, but getting the wicket of Tim Hemp caught behind by Darren Bassage. So Castle now has got 2 for 3 of 4 overs. What an outstanding bowling from him. What outstanding bowling from him so far this morning, as it's Mbani to continue from the northern end of the ground. And that one goes straight through Sean Morris. Nothing on that one at all. Delivery. It was a fantastic delivery, just coming in towards the right-hander, and Wales are really looking, staring into the abyss at the moment at 10 for 2. Another wicket now could be very, very important for them.
The key man here, Morris, and I think he was just caught by surprise as the ball shaped away through the air, and for the first time came back, and in fact went straight over the stumps.
Yeah.
So lovely delivery from him.
And as you say, he's been shaping that ball away really nicely, and it's all about setting up the batter, isn't it? So, Lundi Mbani, also a distinguished first-class career for him. Played the most matches, in fact, out of any of this team at first-class level. 62 first-class matches between 2004 and 2016. And that one again, as you would see, just moving away from the batter. And so just to show you that field, perhaps, I think we sort of have it in, and we've got our cameraman, Pat, just giving you an idea there. So there's the 2 slips, there's the third man, there's a gully, backward point, extra cover, and a mid-off. And that's played to the gully, and that's excellent fielding by, I think that's Moolman in the gully position. So it's Jones in the gully position there, Nathan Jones. Nathan Jones, isn't it? I'm just trying to see if I've got that right. I think I might have that wrong, actually.
Morris just feeling outside the off stump there, getting it to ground just short of the gully.
Yeah.
I feel like he enjoys the width. But just needs to be careful here. 2 down for 10 in the 8th over. And there we go.
That's it. And exactly, you called it. You called it, and that's catch taken brilliantly by Abdulaziz Tamur. You were right, Tamur there at backward point, and that came to him at sort of chest height, caught it, cupped hands upwards, and Sean Morris has to go, and that's a huge blow for Wales.
A real pity for Wales. Sean Morris is the only guy that looked settled, but just felt, I guess, the need to get on with it a bit, which is a mistake one can make at 10 for 2. I think more important for Wales would have him spend some time in the crease. But unfortunately, that's not going to be the case today, as Mbani picks up his first wicket, and South Africa now well on top.
Yeah, very much so, Steve. This has been an outstanding opening spell from both Castle and Mbani picking up his first wicket. So he's got figures of 7 for 1 now, 1 wicket for 7 runs with the 1 maiden that he's bowled. And Jaco Castle, he's got 2 wickets for just those 3 runs with 3 maidens out of his 4 overs so far. South Africans in a huddle taking on a drink while they are celebrating that wicket, and it's going to be the number 5 for Wales who's coming out to bat now. It's number 8, and we'll just see who that is now, and it is going to be, the new batter is James Breeze, and he's coming out to join his partner at the crease, who is Nick Morgan. So it'll be Breeze and Morgan now, the 4th wicket pair for Wales, and they've got a job to do to see off this opening attack from South Africa. My understanding is, looking at the numbers, it's not going to be that easy for them, even when the second change come on for South Africa.
Yes, that certainly seems to be the case, James. I think just with the new strip, as we've alluded to earlier today, a little bit spongy and not coming on. That first hour is always something to reckon with. And then, as history would show, the Greenpoint Club, in fact, a great batting deck as well. So during the course of the day, it just seems to flatten out and get better and better. But unfortunately, Wales not keeping wickets in the bag here.
No, and that's really what they would have needed to do in this first 15-over power play that we have. In the first 15 overs, 3 fielders allowed outside the circle, and South Africa have only employed the 2, just keeping the pressure on, which is understandable considering the wickets that have already fallen. As Mbani is going to be bowling now around the wicket to the new batter, Breeze, who's a left-hander, and number 8 on his back. Mbani will have his tail up now, and he's going to be bowling the last ball of his 4th over to James Breeze. And nothing to report on that, through to wicketkeeper Basaj, and it is the end of the over. So it's 8 gone, and it is 10 for the loss of 3. So only 1.25 runs per over, the scoring rate at the moment. 3 wickets down. It's not looking very good at the moment for Wales under the cosh here.
I think what we might see here as well, the experience of Castle and Barney, two wily cricketers, they've been around a while. I think they would realize at this point they could probably get slightly straighter as we have two new batsmen in the crease and maybe look to strike again in the LBW or bowled even, just because of the position that Wales found themselves in. But more aggressive maybe.
Maybe, yeah, as you say, perhaps see what is happening here with the batters, how they're playing those ones outside the off stump, and whether they're tempted to have a nibble at them, and then try and maybe just change things up slightly.
And there he is, Castle at the stumps, looking for that LBW early.
And that was a good ball, and that is Morgan, who is off the mark, and so it takes the score to 11 for the loss of 3, and it'll be the left-hander on strike. That's Breeze. James Breeze going to be taking strike for the first time, and he'll be getting his guard from umpire Rafiq Patel from England. Standing at this end, the northern end of the ground is, and we probably call this the stadium end, as we've got the beautiful Cape Town Stadium behind us. So we'll have to make up some names as we go along.
It's really a picturesque part of the world. I mean, Cape
is.
Town voted most beautiful city. And I think as far as club cricket environments go, Greenpoint Cricket Club's got to be up there as one of the best in the country.
Most certainly. Absolutely beautiful setting here as just into the covers and fielded there by number 42. And that is Johan Fourie. Yeah, it is absolutely beautiful down here. And there's a little bit of a breeze just cooling it down for the players out on the field at the moment. Good lines again from Castle, and with the left hand, right hand, it's sometimes difficult to get your line straight away, but he's really on the spot. He's been on the money. It must be said, every single ball almost through his 5 overs.
I don't think it's any surprise with Yaku Castle, and as we alluded to before the over started, he's made him play at every ball in this over. He's now at the batsman looking to make an error because they now got their tails up. Absolutely. And they're really looking to get in the tail.
Good chasing there in the field, but not able to prevent them from getting through for the 2, and that is off the mark now, and that fielding done there by Yasser Ditter in the mid-wicket region, coming around to backward of square, and they are making a change now in the field, which is not surprising. Taken the slip out, and as you were alluding to earlier on, Steve, the line of attack is going to be slightly different. On to the aiming for the wickets, you miss, I hit.
Oh, and there it is. Perhaps going down leg, but I think nobody's moved. The keeper stayed still. The bowler's really right up in his face. And a few pleasantries being shared.
I think so. That looked very adjacent. Could have been maybe angling across him down the offside. I don't know. Difficult to know how it was shaping in, if it was shaping in, but a very good shout.
I think some late movement there might have saved the batsman. Maybe doing too much.
It might have been. Yeah. Umpire thinking certainly that it was maybe a combination of height, although height hasn't really been an issue from this side. The ball is keeping sort of lowish in this side, and that's another excellent delivery from Castle.
That's 6 from 6. They've been forced to play. Just the one opportunity missed on the pad. But of course, just going into the 9th over there, your sort of first 8 overs, you've got the catches behind, the new ball just skidding on, carrying through to the slips. But I think the South Africans identified slow nature of the wicket, and then getting the short mid wicket in place there and going with that shape in at him. Not an easy place for the batsman to be there. Didn't want to be overcommitted, but at the same time needs to cover those stumps.
So it really has been some outstanding bowling so far from the 2 South African bowlers, and Jaco Castle just conceding the 3 runs in that over, and his most expensive over so far. So he has taken, in his bowling effort so far, has taken 2 wickets for 6 runs, and really outstanding stuff from the opening bowler from South Africa. And Barney 1 for 7 in his 4 overs.
For those of you who just joined us, welcome to First morning of the Cricket World Cup over 40 coming to you from Cape Town, South Africa. We at the picturesque Greenpoint Cricket Club. I'm sitting here with James King and I'm at the commentator Steve Vestrad. We warm welcome, really enjoying ourselves and a fantastic start here from the home team.
Absolutely what South Africa would have wanted first up, and we see again now it's Lundian Barney also attacking the stumps with that delivery, just going in to Nick Morgan, and these two at the crease now, 13 for 3, and the men out this morning for Wales. It's Mickey Martin the first to go, and then Tim Hemp, and then finally Sean Morris. That's just nicely played to the mid-wicket region. That's Yasadita, really good fielding there. I think isn't Ditto, sorry, there. That is looks like is it Moolman there?
Tall figure.
Yeah, tall figure. We'll have to have a look there and see who it is. Yeah, I'll get used to these players soon, and we'll be able to give you that information. He will turn around shortly, so we can see who it is.
Number 3, is it?
Number 3, and that is Boyson, Peter Boyson. Yeah. It's Peter Boyson.
I don't think we'll miss him again.
No, I don't think so.
About a foot taller than the rest of the players out there.
Not quite on the Marco Janssen scale, but so we always measure people. He's about sort of 80% on the Marco Janssen scale now.
James, he might be starting to get shorter at this point in his career too. So
that's true.
Oh my word!
Yeah, that was you can tell from the exhalation of air there. That was very close to getting the wicket of James Breeze, just angling across the left-hander and taken behind by Darren Bassage. So,
showing all his tricks here, Barney. I mean, showing his experience, moving it both ways. Yeah. Really difficult patches for Wales.
It is very, very difficult, and that's well played by the left-hander. Breeze down to Peter Boyson at mid-off. So we have got in the field now, it looks like a 7-2 offside leg side field. So no surprise really where Lundian Barney is going to be bowling these.
The level of control from the South African bowlers, I think, the new nut, and it hasn't been a problem for these two experienced campaigners.
Not at all. Once again, down to Boyson at mid-off. So that's 7 on the offside there. I'll just ask Pat to, yes, he's panning around for us. We've got the 2 slips. We've got a gully, third man, point, sort of man in the traditional cover position, and then a wideish mid-off. Got a man at mid-wicket and square leg, fine leg on the leg side, and that's
shaping down the leg side. I think what's also quite evident is South Africa now basically applying the squeeze as well. As you see, the mid-off right in at a short extra cover almost position, no mid-on, saying to the batsman, we're giving you that, hit us down the ground. And of course, circumspect from Wales, getting to the first drinks break. Then 14 for 3.
14 for 3 indeed it is after the first drinks break, after 10 overs, just batting at 1.4 runs to the over, with those 3 wickets down. At the crease, James Breeze and Nick Morgan for Wales, both with their scores on 2. And the first batter to go, as I said, Mickey Martin, who was caught in first slip by Dugmore off the bowling of Castle in the 3rd over. And then in the 7th over, it was Tim Hemp who was out without scoring, caught behind by Bassage, and then Sean Morris, who was the 3rd player out, caught by Abdul Aziz Tamur at backward point, driving at a ball outside the off stump from Lundian Barney, and he scored 9, did Sean Morris, and so top order basically gone now for Wales as they look to rebuild with Breeze and with Morgan. And it is a warm day here in Cape Town, and we will also take a bit of a drink now, and just something that Steve wants to share with you.
I think it just take the opportunity again on behalf of Vets Cricket in South Africa and the South African people, welcome you to this first over 40 World Cup cricket in South Africa, and we must take the opportunity while it is there just to once again thank our sponsors, Sisonke Tourism, Event Services, Devil's Peak, Vata 24, and Pitch Vision. Of course, without these guys, this broadcast and this event and events like these would not be possible. So thank you to them for their continued support.
Thanks, Steve, and we'll be back with you in a minute or so. Yeah. So you join us, second ball after the drinks break. Some outstanding fielding by Tamur at backward point. Just coming around, that ball went past the gully fielder and almost exercising a run out. And Wales managing to get through for an overthrow as that ball narrowly missed the stumps from Tamur. And he really has been outstanding in the field. Took a sharp catch this morning to get rid of probably the best batter in the Welsh team, Sean Morris at backward point. That's Castle in to his sixth over now. And Brees, just a left-handed batter from Wales, just coming forward nicely to that one. So I'm here. I'm James King, the Cape Fox, and with me here, Steve Vesrot. It's great to have Steve here with me on commentary today. Steve here from Greenpoint Cricket Club. Oh, that one just angling down the leg side. And the first extra of the morning as some exercise for umpire Rafiq Patel, as signalling wide through to the scores. And the first one that we've seen that's been even slightly loose from Jaco Castle.
Speaks volumes of the South African discipline this morning. And also, as one can pick up here, the mandate was for a fit side and squad. Very athletic, obviously in the over 40 category. But what we've seen out here is a team that's been highly drilled and worked hard on fundamentals such as fitness and fielding, and great discipline so far.
So they have been outstanding in the field, as Steve has mentioned. Some good catches, nothing that has gone to hand this morning that has been anywhere near gone down. That's outstanding work from Basoj behind the stumps yet again, and just perhaps in his sixth over now, just losing that line a little bit as the second wide goes down the leg side to the left-hander. Left-hand, right-hand combination sometimes does not help the bowler in terms of keeping that line and length exactly how they would want it.
Doesn't take him long, though, to get back on that line and length. I think maybe the drinks break just stiffening up a couple slightly there, and back on it again is Yaku Castle.
Is indeed, and that's down into that backward point area. Yasadita, who does the fielding, and it will be all change of the field for the right-hander, Morgan. Nick Morgan, the number 5, should I say, for the so he is the number 4 batter for Wales. Apologies. James Breese coming in at number 5.
South Africa opting to give Yaku Castle that 6th over. Looking for that one more wicket out of him, and I think that will be him now.
Yeah.
What a tremendous spell. 6 overs, 2 for 10. To the local man, Yaku Castle.
Yeah.
Well bowled, Yaku.
Very, very good bowling from Yaku Castle. That over there going for 4. And as I said, 18 now for the loss of 3. The first extras in that over. And that the end of his first spell, undoubtedly. And it is going to be Mbani to continue from the northern end, or the stadium end of the ground. We have the beautiful Cape Town Stadium behind us, built for the 2010 FIFA World Cup, and it is now the home of the DHL Stormers, as well as Cape Town City, the football club. So sporting hub of Cape Town here in this complex here in Greenpoint, as Mbani's away from us now. That's wideish outside the off stump, but absolutely fine from a wide point of view. No exercise yet for Peter Tate, the Australian umpire at this end. And a beautiful day here in Cape Town. And just to remind you, once again, this broadcast brought to you with the visuals from Pitch Vision. That's again wideish outside the off stump. Good take by Bassage. That one just dying on him a little bit.
Shine is off the ball, it seems, at this point, and I think the extra over showing Captain Warren Dugmore's intent here in terms of attacking, looking to just get that 1 or 2 more breakthrough and looking to get into that middle order early on. South Africa, of course, also blessed in the spin department here today with the left-handed Hendricks and also the leg spin of former Western Province cricketer, Cobras cricketer Abdul Aziz Tamua. So I don't think it'll be too long before we see one of them in the attack, but going that extra over each, just trying to penetrate one more wicket.
Yeah, and one more wicket you feel may bring about a couple more. And one thinks that, as you say, Steve, that the spin, Williams also, I believe, able to...
Ridwan Williams, left hand, also orthodox, and very, very, very good bowler. Managed to play against him in the trials in March last year. He bowled himself into the Western Province team at that time with a phenomenal spell, and obviously then kicked on at the RPT, the Inter-Provincials, and that's why he's here today.
So over-40s cricket and veterans cricket, which here in South Africa managed by the Veterans Cricket Association of South Africa. You can find all the information about this over-40s World Cup on that site as well. Well played by Breese. Back to Mbani. That's VCASA, the Veterans Cricket Association of South Africa. If you look that up on your Google search, you will find all that information. And really is an outstanding job that tournament organizer, it's Roger Malt, it is, that his team do.
Roger Malt, of course, integral part of Vets, I think one of the founding members and chairman of Veterans Cricket, of course, has already hosted a couple of over 50 World Cups in Cape Town. If we can remember back to 2020, where the players were here in the middle of the tournament and obviously unfortunately had to go home. And then again, I think it was last year, we rehosted the over 50 World Cup. So a sure fit for hosting events of this standard and caliber. Cape Town, a fantastic place for the families and friends and children of all the players, which is lovely to see at this level. Just seeing the hospitality tents behind us here, obviously out of view to yourselves, all the families, the children and wives and all the rest have come through. and joined us here for this lovely event. And I'm sure as word gets around, this is obviously the first morning, but I'm sure to see a couple of guys trickle in during the course of the day and over the next few weeks. Let's get down. Let's support not only South Africa, but a great opportunity to support World Cup cricket at over 40s level.
And Jaco Castle continuing with his spell from the ocean end of the ground, the promenade just behind us here in Sea Point, and this beautiful area of Cape Town, the Greenpoint area, and those blocks of flats that you perhaps you can't see them, but beyond the sight screen you can see on your screen there in front of you, there are a few blocks of flats on the seafront here at Greenpoint, and that's in the gap through third slip down to Mbani at third man, and that just not going to hand wide outside the off stump, and perhaps thinking it was there to be hit, and Morgan gets away with that one. One feels just it was certainly not a control shot at all.
Well, there it is. Jaco Castle getting entrusted with a 7th over. So possibly looking at a 7-over spell with maybe keeping him back for 2 later on. Having said that, the chance was created. And if that had gone to hand, he may just well have bowled his 9 on the trot here. Because he's well on top in South Africa.
Yeah, most definitely. South Africa are in the driving seat here. 19 for the loss of 3. And we're into the 13th over. So Wales at this stage that are just struggling to get the ball off the square. Just the one boundary so far for this Welsh team, and that's just defended nicely by the left-handed Breeze. And we are broadcasting here to you. The visuals coming courtesy of Pitch Vision, and Steve, the sponsors here of the tournament for this over 50s World Cup.
Over 40s World Cup.
Over 40s, sorry, yes, listen to me.
We've got to get used to it. We've had 2 over 50 World Cups, and what a venue to have the over 40 inaugural Cricket World Cup in Cape Town, South Africa. And of course, our sponsors once again, Sisonke Tourism, Event Services, Devil's Peak, Vita 24, and Pitch Vision, without whom this broadcast and tournaments such as these would not be possible.
Thank you very much, Steve. And Steve was saying the hospitality tents and everything here to our left in front of the pavilion. That's round the wicket now. To the left-hander is Castle, and just defended as that one's angling in towards off stump.
150 people.
Great. So lovely to have you here watching and joining us here for this broadcast coming to you from Greenpoint Cricket Club here in Cape Town. It is a beautiful day. Light breeze, just keeping it a little bit cooler. Oh, it's down the leg side again, and that one will also be signalled wide, really close to the pad and bat of James Brees. Jaco Castle looking crestfallen that he's given away yet another wide. So high are his standards.
He's having a word with the umpire. That one just seemed to move more than usual, and I'm not sure if he felt that potentially he just got a little something on that, maybe a thigh pad or a pad, but he's now having a word with the umpire, possibly saying it's gone over the top. But that's Jaco Castle for you.
Just seeking clarity from the umpire. We'll no, I think certainly entitled to do that. Castle is in once again. That time it's at the stumps, and Nasser Ditta, I think it is here, coming around. He's very quick around from his position, that backward square. And South Africa are really being highly competitive here, as it looks like we are going to have our first change of bowling. It is going to be the tall Peter Boyson, looks like, that's going to be coming on from the stadium end of the ground here in Greenpoint, and just marking out his run up now. Peter Boyson, that means Lundi Mbani has finished his spell, and Mbani, who took that 1 wicket, he did for 8 runs, and outstanding bowling in partnership with Jaco Castle. And so he has bowled 8 overs, 3 maidens, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 8 as Lundi Mbani, and really was fantastic bowling from him, and opening the bowling here, just was looking like he was perhaps getting a little bit tired from this end. It's a good opening spell of 6 overs, so only 3 left for him later in the match. Every bowler allowed, 5 bowlers allowed to bowl 9 overs.
Quite interesting, as I just felt the breeze sort of changing and sort of coming into our face there. We have noticed that most of the bounce this morning was from Mbani's end, bowling down away from us. And the extra height of Boyson with a slight breeze for them not to lose another wicket here.
Oh, that one is a false stroke outside the off stump, and it's well cleaned up down there at third man. That is Ridwan Williams down at third man. He has been patrolling that area. That's why I haven't mentioned him yet, actually. That's the first one, in fact, that's I think it's gone down to him from this end. And just the single there to Nick Morgan, but having a full go outside the first one from Peter Boyson. And Boyson's going to keep this off stump, the over the wicket line to the left-hander. It's a far more conventional field now. That's on the line of middle and leg stump, and maybe just angling down the leg side. It will be a leg by, and signalled by umpire Peter Tate on this side. So the first leg, I think it's the first leg by of the innings that we've seen, as Peter Boyson just straying a little bit down leg side to the left-hander. And so a bit of rotation of strike coming here as Wales move to 22 for the loss of 3.
Welsh batsmen just need to be careful here, not to be over-attacking, having not had a look at Boyson yet. That first ball obviously coming off the thick outside edge, going down to third man aerial, and Boyson in their faces straight away.
Most definitely. Got to love the competitiveness that's being shown here from the South Africans. And just keeping the batter honest and make sure you don't come out of your crease, Peter Boyson. That one very nicely bowled on the line of middle stump. That's Morgan again having a full go outside the off stump. And what Boyson's been doing, he's actually pitching the ball up quite a bit more than Mbani was. And perhaps a little bit of extra bounce from that height, just playing underneath that one there. Morgan, he's looking to go over the infield and got that.
As we saw, Boyson not appreciating this all of a sudden tactic of the Welsh to throw the bat at it. He's already thrown one ball back at the batsman, but he's coming in again from our end, bowling it. And there they go again. There's definitely a tactic. They're going to try and attack Boyson.
And that is a good shot from Nick Morgan. It's going to come over the boundary rope right now as we see the fielder here, Nasser Ditter, coming to collect it, number 82 on his back. And he's got that, so he's going to give it back to the bowler. And that's the second boundary this morning for the Welsh team. And that one goes to Nick Morgan. And so he moves now on to 9. Is it? Oh, that's 8, I think it is. Is it 9? Can't see very well here. Oh, there were 9 it is, sorry. So he's on 9. That's the first boundary. 26 for the loss of 3. 1 ball left in this over from Boyson, his first from the stadium end. And just defended into the offside. So end of the over. And that is 13-14 gone. And Wales creeping up to that 2 runs per over mark. 26 for the loss of 3. Been an excellent start from South Africa here. And Jaco Castle looks like is probably going to be replaced. He is not going to his position at the ocean end, is he? No, he's running past the wickets there. So he's going to be a change of bowler. It looks like it is going to be Abdulaziz Tamur that's going to be coming on to bowl. Have you seen a bit of Abdulaziz Tamur, Steve?
I've played quite extensively against Abdul over the years in the leagues, in the Premier League in Cape Town and First Division. A really good cricketer, a good batsman. I mean, it speaks for himself, the fact that he played a number of years for the Cobras as well. A big representative of his region. I think he's been a leader and a formidable player in the Helderberg for a long period of time. And again, him and Jaco Castle both being rewarded for their service in their respective areas and their clubs over a number of years, representing Strand proudly here in the South African setup. He does have all the balls. I mean, he bowls the, if I can remember the top, he'll definitely have the Google. He's very accurate as well for a leg spinner. And with all those years of experience, he's always going to be someone to be reckoned with at any level of the game.
Yeah, and if one feels, yes, leg spinners as we know, the wrist spinner has been particularly effective in shorter formats of the game as well. And he's in for his first delivery, and that one angling in as we would have expected to the left-handed Breeze, and there is no run. Number 66 on his back. Abdulaziz Tamur took a very good catch earlier on today to dismiss the dangerous Sean Morris. Yeah, just giving that one a nice amount of flight, and the breeze, such that it is just coming across the ground from our left to right as you're looking at it on your screen. Perhaps maybe assisting a little bit with the drift, but it's more behind him than actually into his face.
That looked like the googly to me, just pitching outside leg stump, going on the sweep shot, not making contact.
So 3 dot balls so far in his spell here from Tamur. And I'll keep an eye. I'm going to try and keep an eye on that wrist action as he's past umpire Patel now. And he's given him. He has given him. Oh, that one was the one that I think was the standard leg break coming back into the left-hander, and it just missed it completely. Hit him on the front pad, in somewhere in front of middle and off, and he's been given by umpire Rafiq Patel, and that is the end of James Brees. And he has gone with his score on. Sorry, I didn't quite get the score there on the screen. We'll have a look at that now.
Has been removed.
Yeah, it has been. Yeah, just we'll get the score from the scorer. That's fine, no problem. 26 for 4 it is. So he strikes in his first over, does Abdulaziz Tamur. And as you were saying, James Brees gone for 3. And thank you very much to our scorers. And the new batter coming to the crease. So just perhaps being done in the air there, James Brees, not quite being able to take that shot. He was looking to turn it into the leg side.
It must have turned slightly. Obviously, we can't see from our vantage point behind the wicket keeper. But what has happened there is he's certainly planted his foot down the wicket. Must have turned slightly back into him, straightened enough to pitch in line. And umpire, of course, then deeming that would have hit the stumps. And off we go. First wicket then for Abdulaziz Tamur in the Over-40 Cricket World Cup opening day encounter. South Africa versus Wales from the picturesque Greenpoint Cricket Club in Woolly Point, South Africa.
And the new batter for Wales, Owen Hopkins, right-handed batter, just getting his guard from umpire Patel. And it's not going to be any easier for the Welsh team here, as Abdulaziz Tamur is into his work early on. 26 now for the loss of 4, and we're in the in the 15th over. I'm getting my Tamurs and my 4s mixed up here. And just to say that we're here, it's myself, James King, and Steve Vesrot. As that one just defended by Hopkins, coming in at number 6 for Wales. And the team here, we have from Pitch Vision, we have producer Bandile. On the roving camera, we have Pat, and our scorer Zoe. I just want to say thank you to them for their contribution here today, and to the Greenpoint Cricket Club for hosting this event. Oh, my goodness, that was a
ripper there.
It was beautiful delivery. Hopkins had absolutely no idea. That one, the standard leg break, turning away from the right-hander, and he has just not even really playing a shot at that from what we can see behind. So South Africa just on top. One can really say nothing else. They have the bit between the teeth this morning. They've come out here and they look like they are meaning business.
With all due respect to Mr. Hopkins there, I think many a batsman wouldn't have got close to that delivery. Pitching just on line and turning sideways. Ominous signs there for the Welsh batters still to come. Seeing that in Abdulaziz's first over, of course, picking up a wicket in his very first over in World Cup cricket.
And a maiden to boot, so 26 for the loss of 4. So another South African bowler with a wicket maiden to go with that from Yako Castle earlier on today. Castle bowling his 7 over spell and taking 2 for 12. Outstanding bowling. Oh, Boyson trying to get the choir going there. That one probably angling down leg side to Nick Morgan. But Yeah, acquire the practice. I think might have to go back to practice again. Wasn't bad, but
I would at
it could
least give
work
it
on
about a
a bit.
7 to an 8 out
Yeah,
of 10.
I
I
think
think I
so.
think the players themselves knew that it's probably going down leg. But I think just trying to hit that one too square, we've already identified a slow wicket. It's
Yeah,
not really coming on. Maybe better off just trying to punch that down the ground and just
yeah.
stay in the V for a little while here, as Boyson ready to run away from us again.
As tall man Peter Boyson past umpire Peter Tate, and interesting wristy type of shot from Morgan there. Not perhaps quite where he wanted it to go. Difficult to tell. And it's fielded here in front of us. Number 42 on his back. I'm just trying to see who that is. We'll have a look at that now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Jump in now or after? Yeah, James, would you like me to pop in now?
Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah.
Okay, Steve
Wonderful.
Estrad at the commentator, been with you this morning so far. James King, thank you
Thank you
for
very
having
much,
us so
Steve.
far. Really
Wonderful.
enjoying it. But we're going to be taking a break from our side, and we'll be having one of the players from the Welsh side joining us in the commentary box for a while.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Steve. Look forward to seeing you later.
Thank you, James.
Thank you. Yeah. So just getting some logistics going here. We're up here on the scaffolding above the sight screen at the stadium end of the ground. That's just nicely played by Morgan into the covers, and Abdulaziz Tamur is in quickly to get that as we. We get the logistics of getting one person off and one person on up on the scaffolding. But really is a fantastic vantage point to watch the game, really close by to the play that's happening in front of us. And it is Boyson that will be going away from us again, just outside the off stump, and take a nasty vibe massage. So we'll be having a representative from the Welsh team joining me at the end of this Peter Boyson over. Just the one ball left in the over, and that left alone by Morgan outside the off stump, and there's no run. So the end of the end of the 16th over, and the score is 26 for the loss of 4. And great to have a representative from the Welsh team here with us in the commentary box. Sorry, I didn't catch.
Sean Morris.
Sean, fantastic, Sean. Thank you very much for joining us here.
No problem at all.
Really great to have you with us. Sean, you've been out there this morning, and
very briefly, unfortunately. Very briefly.
So one lovely shot through the point region for 4.
Yeah, I mean, the two opening bowlers bowled so well. We had no freebies at all, really. No half volleys, no full tosses, bowled good areas. Bit of sideways movement as well.
Yeah.
But
it didn't look that easy. Absolutely. I mean, it didn't look that easy from up here, I must say.
Yeah.
Ball not necessarily even coming onto the bat that easily either, and it was, but they were bowling very good lines and lengths, Castle and Mbani, and just nothing there really to be hit.
No, I'd agree with that. They bowled really well. Wickets, quite hard to score on. It has to be in your your slot or the short where you could just tuck it in and tuck it in for one, but. They bowled really well and put us under pressure. Just hoping these two can get us up to a score now and build a partnership, and hopefully we can host a challenging score. I'm not sure what a good score is here. Seems a very big ground.
It is quite it's quite a big ground. I mean, the boundary's not that easy to come by. Outfield is perhaps a little bit spongy as well. Very lovely. It's a lovely outfield, but the ball not, as we saw with the one that came down here fine. That you played down here fine for the 3, just not even running down to the boundary. So
no, and they're probably conditions that are quite similar to what we expect. Or what we have at home, really.
Mm.
We've been a little bit surprised um, by the pitches that we played on so far. You know, we had a training session over in Stellenbosch yesterday
Okay.
at a school, which was such a beautiful setup,
Mm.
as this is. You know,
Yeah.
what a beautiful ground to play at. But
Yes, bit cooler here, probably with the breeze, sea
absolutely,
breeze coming through that is in Stellenbosch.
yeah,
You're probably at one of the top schools there, either at could have been. I'm just trying to think now. Paul Roos
yeah, it was that one,
Gymnasium.
that one,
So
yeah.
one of the top schools there. Oh, that one beats everybody. Looks like could have got maybe something on that. We'll wait and see the signal from the umpire. Looks like it may be going to be signaling byes. He does indeed. So that the standard off break, standard leg break, just going out past the edge of Wayne Hopkins' bat down for 2 byes, the first byes of the innings for Abdul Aziz Timur, and that then score moving to 28 for the loss of 4. Another maiden by the wrist spinner for South Africa, and his second over then going for the 2 runs, but they were both uh, byes, and so nothing really to report on that one. And but great to have you all here with us. Really wonderful to have the Welsh team, and of course another 14. Is it? Sorry, it's another 11 or 10 teams. So there's 12 teams I think in the tournament. Fantastic to have all those teams with us, but we had the Welsh over 50s here last year as well, which
Of
was
course,
really
yeah,
fantastic.
yeah.
And
Yeah, and they've
yeah,
been very supportive.
yeah.
You know, they've been um,
Oh,
very helpful of our boys or with our
mm,
boys, as some of our boys have been training with them. I know before we came over, obviously lots of advice before we came over.
yeah,
So obviously very thankful that for that. I was so honoured to be here.
yeah.
You know, we're absolutely delighted to be here. First World Cup.
Mm,
Um, you know, it's such a fantastic concept now, this Masters cricket. It's
yes,
given club players a new lease of
yeah,
life as
yeah,
you come into the
yes,
twilight of your career. But you
yeah,
know, it could now not be the twilight of your
yeah.
career, could it? You know, it's
Absolutely right. I mean, I mean, and yourself still playing club cricket, I believe, for Colwyn Bay.
that's right. Yeah, yeah. I'm
Um,
still playing for Colwyn Bay Cricket Club
yeah,
in the Liverpool competition,
right.
which is yeah, excellent league. You know, quite a few. Well, most of the boys are all playing club cricket
Yes.
still. There's a couple of us from North Wales,
Mm,
and then the rest of the boys are all Mid Wales and South Wales. So you know, we do quite a bit of travelling.
mm,
We don't have a domestic 40s tournament. You know, we played 3
mm,
fixtures last year, twice against England and against Ireland.
right.
Um, as sort of, you know, that last year was our first year as a team, really.
Yes.
I was talking to a couple of the Kiwi boys yesterday, and they were saying, you know, they've been playing for 2 years,
Okay.
which is brilliant. But it's a learning curve, isn't it?
Absolutely, it is. And I mean, this is, as you say, the inaugural Over-40s World Cup. Wonderful to have those 12 teams here, and always wonderful to host. We did last year, the Welsh team. Very really jovial and very friendly people
I
last
believe
year.
they were
Yeah,
renowned for their singing.
as the Welsh are.
Yes,
So
absolutely. Yeah.
they didn't quite.
Well, I hope we
Yes,
did them proud this morning on our national anthem. So
yes, most definitely. There weren't any of us that could that knew the words necessarily, but
yeah,
we have to try and learn them for the
yeah,
over the next week or two.
yeah,
You're here as
yeah.
it's
And do you know what?
yeah.
It's so lovely. You know, we've got
Mm,
quite a big group of us here, quite a few partners and families,
mm,
and it's been lovely having them with us. Really supportive. I think there's a group of about, I'm not sure if it's 35, just maybe a little bit less.
mm.
Um,
It's wonderful.
we had a lovely team meal down in V&A Waterfront last
Okay.
night, you know, or you know, a whole group meal
Yes.
really. No, so it's been.
And where are you based
So we are
at the moment?
based
Yeah.
in, is it the Southern Sun, Cape Town City
Okay.
Bowl?
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
so
That's so you're good, nice and central, really,
very
for
central.
that, and not a long trip to get here this
No,
morning.
we were
Yeah.
here in we thought we were going to be 20 minutes in the bus, but
Yeah.
we were here in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So
That's very good.
Yeah.
It is
I'm not
very
sure. Oh,
interesting.
actually, we're at Weinberg School. Weinberg or
Wein,
Weiberg?
Weinberg,
Weinberg School. Yeah.
Wynberg. Yes.
Yeah, we're there
Yes.
tomorrow.
Okay,
So,
lovely.
been told that's a beautiful ground.
It is a beautiful ground. The Jacques Callis Oval, I think we'll be playing at.
Yeah.
And it really is another picturesque ground. In fact, you'll have the more the views of the mountain than we do here. The mountain behind us at the moment.
Yeah.
So Signal Hill and Lion's Head behind us here in Greenpoint. Our commentary position looking out towards the Atlantic Ocean and Table Bay, and behind us we have the Cape Town Stadium venue built for the 2010 World Cup. So it is a beautiful day here in Cape Town. So you were in another beautiful part, and there we have members of the Welsh contingent walking around the ground.
Our cheerleaders.
Yeah. There we go. The Suns pom-poms at the moment.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
It's very good to have you all with us, Sean. Thank you so much.
Absolutely delighted to be here, to be honest. Absolutely loving it.
And really, again, a thank you to the sponsors of this particular tournament, Sisonke, the City of Cape Town. Also have Pitch Vision, who are bringing you these visuals and the commentary, and we really thank all the sponsors of this tournament and the Veterans Cricket Association of South Africa for putting this together. As we were saying, hosted a very successful Over-50s World Cup last year, and this year the inaugural Over-40s World Cup, as it's Abdulaziz Tamoor bowling his leg breaks, his right arm wrist spin, and he's bowling at the moment to Nick Morgan. And
yeah, so we've got Nick Morgan facing from Penarth Cricket Club, just outside Cardiff, our capital city. And then Owain Hopkins at the other end, who also plays down in South Wales for a club called St Fagans, just outside Cardiff or in Cardiff.
It's great to get the insights from you on the players. I mean, not very much. I tried to do a little bit of homework, but very difficult to find anything too much. Did manage to find a little bit of information on yourself, Sean, having played in that league for quite some time, in that Liverpool and District League.
Yeah, well, you're saying I'm an old man, basically. Yes, I've been playing there for about 33 years now at that club.
Okay.
We moved from the North Wales pyramid over to Liverpool, I think it was 1996, and have been playing in that setup since then.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's good. There's some excellent clubs in that league. And do you know what's been lovely so far is meeting a couple of the lads who, so at the club I play at, we had Andre Nell, pro in for us in 2003, I think it was. So caught up with him yesterday because he's obviously here with England. Caught up with James Marshall from the Kiwi squad, who pro'd for Northern Cricket Club and Formby Cricket Club in our league. So it was lovely to see them again.
Yeah. And that's what cricket is about, isn't it? I mean, sport, but cricket certainly. You meet people along the way, and you just never really lose touch with them. I mean, you have that bond in common, really, around. You love this game. It's just something that that's something that Steve and I were talking about earlier. You have a passion for the game. You never really far away from it, are you?
No, not at all. It's obviously an international game. It's great catching up and meeting new people as well, which is part of the reason why we're all here, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's so wonderful you were able to bring so many of your friends and family and with you, which is it's always lovely to have people here visiting South Africa. I'm sure a few of you for the first time.
Yes, I think we've got 4 or 5 lads who have been before. Couple who have played over here. Tim Hemp, one of our players, has played club cricket in Durban. I think a couple of the boys have been here on tours with either regional cricket or their clubs. So yeah, it's brilliant to travel to new countries. Most of us have not been here before, and I absolutely love it here. It's such a wonderful climate, isn't it? And
it is. This, and particularly this time of the year here in Cape Town, you're almost guaranteed of getting sun. You might get a lot of wind as well, but you are guaranteed certainly of having beautiful sunny weather. the hottest time of the year here. That's a good delivery from Boyson. So South Africa just keeping the pressure on here. It's been a period of consolidation here over the last 5 or 6 overs from these two, Hopkins and Morgan. And you were saying, Sean, both from the southern part of Wales,
Yes, both
and
from the
yourself,
Cardiff area.
yeah, and yourself and a few of the others from Northern. I believe Gareth Edwards also come from the north of
Yes,
Wales.
there's two of us. So Gareth and I first started playing cricket together when I think the first time we ever saw each other was at a county, as in the old Welsh counties, Clwyd cricket trial at under 11 age. So to still be playing together, 35 years later is absolutely superb,
It's
really.
fantastic,
we don't
isn't
we
it?
don't
Yeah,
play we don't
yeah,
play club cricket together.
right.
He did play for the club I play at back at the start of the century, but he plays up in Bury now, which is
Okay,
just outside Manchester,
okay,
for
yes,
a club called Elton Cricket
okay,
Club. They play in the Greater Manchester Cricket League,
okay.
which is a strong league.
Mm,
Obviously, Gareth's a very, very talented cricketer.
mm,
Spent some time on the staff at Glamorgan when he was
mm,
younger
mm.
as an off spinner. But yeah, and I know he is immensely proud of the fact that he's getting to captain his country at a World
Yeah,
Cup. He spoke about that this
yeah,
morning. Something we're all very, very proud of. But I know he's a hugely patriotic
mm,
Welshman,
mm,
and in every way, shape, or form with sports and
yeah.
everything else. So I know he's delighted to be here.
And that's really wonderful to hear. It's very nice that the two of you have got that bond for over many years.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
it's
Something I wanted to
yeah,
do before the end of my cricketing career
yeah,
was play with him again, because
yeah.
we were such good friends growing up. We've not really had the chance to do that for 20 odd years.
That's well played over the top of point, and Jaco Castle can give that up. It's gone down to the boundary for four, and that is the second boundary off the bat of Nick Morgan, and he takes his score then through to that 10 with that boundary. Sorry, 15 with that boundary. So two boundaries to Nick Morgan, and these two are starting to, they have been consolidating for a number of overs. Partnership's gone now to 9 runs, it is, after the previous partnership between uh, Morgan and a Brees of 16. So just for the Welsh team, hopefully starting to show signs that they're getting the pitch is becoming a bit easier to bat on. And we have 20 overs gone. We're taking another drinks break here after every 10 overs, taking a drinks break. And Wales at the drinks break 35 for the loss of 4. And that is another 4 coming off that over from Peter Boyson. And he has now bowled 4 overs, 0 for 11. And it will be Abdulaziz Timur will be bowling again after the drinks break. His 3 overs going only for the 1 run. He's taken the 1 wicket so far. You're doing good. And it's great to have Sean Morris here with me in the commentary box. And here at the drinks break, Sean batted earlier on today and scored 9 runs for Wales, and is looking forward to playing in this tournament. Sean, it's you've got another 4 matches ahead after this one in the round robin phase.
Yeah,
And
absolutely. Looking forward to every one
yeah,
of those games. We don't know a huge amount about the other teams. We like we spoke about, we try and focus on our own game, play to our strengths. We're a very tight group, without having any stars playing for us. So to compete and try and put runs on the board and put pressure on teams is how we plan to play our cricket. I think we probably would have bowled first
yeah,
today as
yeah,
well. Not knowing exactly what to expect from the pitch.
yeah,
I think that's probably a good way to settle into
yeah.
the tournament. We had heard a rumour that the South Africans wanted to have a bat, but obviously
Interesting.
they've come this morning and thought that having a bowl was the right way to
Yeah.
go, and that's been proven so far, isn't it? You know,
Has
it's
certainly. I mean, Steve was saying earlier, Steve, who's now the coach here at Greenpoint Cricket Club, was saying this wicket is not one that was used over the weekend for a Greenpoint Cricket Club, and so it's a fresh pitch today. So that probably influenced the decision of South Africa to bowl first. And as you say, you certainly would have made the same decision. It's
yeah,
a bit was a little bit spongy,
yeah,
a little bit spongy up front. It will dry out a bit more as the day goes on, and probably become better to bat on.
yeah. Is
Um,
that the general pattern for pitches here, or would you say, or does it depend exactly where you play?
It does depend really where you play.
Yeah,
I mean, some of the pitches are generally, some of the pitches will remain reasonably the same throughout the day. But yeah, I think that, in the morning time, it depends on I mean, weather conditions are a factor, but certainly if you're playing on a used pitch, it probably will remain very much the same.
yeah,
Fresh pitches, yes, probably difficult to know how they are going to play.
yeah,
Generally, the standard of the pitches that you're going to be playing is going to be very good.
yeah, yeah,
Across the peninsula, the school grounds and the club grounds that will be played on are top notch. Really, let's say the school grounds, and you will be at the Weinberg Boys High tomorrow
yeah,
at the Jacques Callis Oval. Outstanding field as well, and most of the fields are very picturesque, and you really hopefully will enjoy wherever you're going to be going to on the peninsula. Last year, I mean, the clubs love hosting the over 50s,
yeah,
and the schools
yeah.
love hosting the over 50s tournament last year, and this year will be absolutely no exception. So we
Brilliant.
hope you have a wonderful time here
I'm sure we will.
and that. So just and just in terms of the Welsh team and your sort of from a bowling point of
Yeah,
view, I mean, in terms, I mean, Gareth Edwards,
yeah.
really
So
your key
yeah,
bowler.
yeah, Gareth as our spinner, we've got a decent seam attack.
Mm.
Quite similar to the South African seam attack. I would imagine from we've got one Matthew Smarty, really
Yeah,
tall
yeah,
bowler,
yeah.
likes to bang the pitch. Dylan McPhee, who's bowled really well for us last
Right.
year in our games. And then we've got Paul Hitchcott today, bowling some left arm seam as well. So yeah, we'll whatever score we get on the board, we'll try and compete and get ourselves amongst the wickets. We don't know too much about the South African batting lineup,
Right.
but they're not going to be weak, are they?
No, no.
Um,
I mean, there are just in terms of. I mean, I have not got too much inside information in terms of South African batting, but you do have a number of players there that have played first-class cricket as
yeah,
well. I mean, Warren Dugmore, Brandon Buckley, both the opening batters, both left-handers, have both played first-class cricket. Um, we have got, they've had some good performances in some of the warm-up games that they played, and also they had the African Championship towards the end of last year, so
yeah,
they sort of have come together. Um, as you said, I mean, over 40s international cricket, not much of that has happened.
yeah,
Looking at the statistics we have so far around the records and statistics that we were given, very little to go on, and certain teams have played a lot more than others. So, sort of is will be interesting to see, say how that does
yeah,
play out. But a number of the sort of top order have scored both in the African Championship and in a couple of the warm-up games have got in and got some 50s. So uh, do expect that there will be a good batting lineup from a
yeah,
South African point of view.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, Doug Moore and Buckley will be opening the batting for them, we expect, today. Both have been played in a few of those international games as well.
yeah, yeah. This is I think this is our fourth
Right.
international game anyway.
And
Good shot there
yeah,
by
it was a good shot. Very nice
Owen.
shot
Yeah,
out into the mid-off region and fielded there. But I think is that NASA Ditter out there. It is indeed.
it
And
looks
yeah,
at the type of pitch where it needs to be right up there for you to
yeah,
score.
yeah,
Anything off the front foot.
absolutely. In the V really,
Yeah,
and anything short you can certainly get there, but they're not bowled too much on the short side.
No,
It
they
must be
haven't.
said. I mean, the one ball that you did get that was slightly short and wide, you managed to play that one beautifully through the point region for 4, but there's been very little to hit.
No, they bowled very well, haven't they?
They have. They kept it tight. Even the first change has kept it tight. Talking a bit to Steve about that earlier on, and that was a bit of a faster one, perhaps the googly. And he brought out there. He does have both deliveries. Does Abdulaziz Timur. Um, so we'll see.
They seem to be
This, yeah.
a strong bowling lineup, aren't they, so far?
They have certainly been on the money, not really giving anything away. I mean, there's it's hard to recall too much loose. Yeah, I mean, and
as
that's
a
what you're
batsman,
looking for, isn't
it? I came
Yeah.
when I came back in. I just felt, we didn't get one,
No,
well, more than a couple of bad balls.
no, you didn't at all. I mean, and I think that was something certainly for me that if you're looking at that from a bowling attack point of view, that's exactly what you would want from your bowlers, and that's also nicely played there down into the mid-on region, and another run is taken that to Owain, sorry, also to Nick Morgan, and a score now 38, I think it is, for the loss. Oh, sorry, 37 for the loss of 4, and Morgan on 16. Hopkins off the mark. He's got 1. That was actually Morgan who played that one, but off the mark with that shot into the covers earlier on. And these two now have been put in 11 for this wicket. Very important for them to stay there and build this innings for Wales.
Absolutely, yeah. Obviously, a bit of consolidation. Hopefully, they can bat for another 10, 15 overs, and try and get us up to, well, at least 150, 160.
Well, yeah.
I'm not sure if that'll be enough. We don't know. But at least then, if we can get up to that sort of score, then we've got something to bowl at.
Exactly, as I say. I mean, you really want to have something that you feel you can bowl at,
Definitely.
and you could try and defend in the 45 overs. As Boyson continuing here from the stadium end of the ground, that is very nicely played, and taking on the fielder here, which was well done by the Welsh batsman Nick Morgan, as he plays that down to Ditter here on at mid-off, and just putting the pressure on the fielder and knocking that ball on slightly, and not able to effect any kind of pressure on the batter as such. So yeah, it's good to see. I mean, the standard of fielding and ground fielding also and catching has been good from South Africa so far. That's something you've also, I mean, you would have worked on.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a crucial part of the game, isn't it? Wherever you can stop as a fielding team to help your bowlers, then if you can pinch 10, 15 runs as a fielding side, then that can be crucial in any type of game, really. So we've spoken long about doing our best, maximum effort, sticking together, bowling straight, trying to put runs on the board, partnerships on the board. So yeah, hopefully we can keep going and get up to a score.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to be here, have you here with us in the commentary box, Sean. Really appreciate
No
you
problem at all.
coming through to spend time with us.
No problem.
And we hope that you'll be able to spend a lot more time out in the middle.
Absolutely.
As
I'd rather be out there than up here.
I know you would. Absolutely.
Thank you very much for having me. I really appreciate it.
No, really appreciate you coming up and chatting to us and giving us some insights into the team. And I hope that we'll have the opportunity to chat again as the tournament progresses.
Definitely. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. We'll see you later.
Thank you very much. So very nice partnership starting to build here between these two batters for Wales. Hopkins and Morgan, as it's Boyson again away from us, and that slightly loose outside the off stump, just over pitched, but unfortunately Morgan not able to make contact with that one, and goes through to the wicketkeeper Bassage, and still 39 for the loss of 4, the 2 runs off this over so far from Peter Boyson. And once again to say thank you to Sean Morris for coming to spend some time here in the commentary box with us, as he is on down now off the scaffolding here. And one a bit of extra bounce from Boyson, just pitching it a little bit shorter than he has been, and just getting a little bit of bounce. And we've certainly noticed that from the stadium end of the ground, the northern end, where there's been a little bit more bounce on offer for the bowler. From the southern end, not as much bounce at all, not really coming through and giving as much an offer to the faster bowlers. It's Boyson once again, last ball of his over. And that's played down to Williams at third man. And the left armour throws that one in to wicketkeeper Bassage. It's another run for the batter Brees, and he takes his total to 2. Score is now 40 for the loss of 4. Another economical over from Peter Boyson, just the 3 off that over, and his figures looking particularly good at the moment, as we see more members of the teams walking around the field. We have the Welsh team gathering there by the nets, just having a look at how things are going with their team, and they really are relying on these two, their numbers 5 and 6, James Brees and Owen Hopkins, Owen Hopkins and Nick Morgan, to get them through to a good total. As Sean was saying, one feels that if they can bat through until about the 35th over and then perhaps start to accelerate, so in very little on offer for them to hit, as that is played nicely by Brees. Listen to be Hopkins into the offside. Do apologise for that. By Hopkins into the offside, and Ditter is around from his position at mid-off, I think. Oh, tried to play that one on the offside. I think that was actually the googly just coming into the right-hander. It is Yasser Ditter there at mid-off. And we have one slip. That's Kyle Smith, a man at a shortish extra cover. That's Johan Fourie, it looks like. That's just missed there by Abdulaziz Tamur at mid-wicket, but nothing, no danger really, as it's through to the fielder at mid-on, which is Williams. And Williams, no doubt we'll see him in action as well early on. So Tamur is actually on Nathan Jones, who missed that one in the covers. And that's beautifully played by Owen Hopkins through the covers. That's gone down to the boundary at extra cover for 4. That's his first boundary. An excellent shot, just over pitching from the wrist spinner Tamur. He's given them really nothing to hit. That's the first boundary off his bowling. And he now is only conceding in this over, then conceding the most runs he has conceded in any over so far, as he's into his 5th over, is Tamur. The first boundary, and as I say, into his 5th over, and he conceded 7 runs so far off his bowling, and has taken the 1 wicket, that in his 1st over, as he's towards us again. Just defended nicely into the offside. So let's the field is a ring field for the wrist spinner. 5-4 offside leg side field, and that's played down to Yucca Castle at backward point. So nicely picked up there by roving cameraman, as Steve Westrat is coming back to join me here in the commentary box. That was great to have Sean Morris on with me earlier on, and Steve now coming back here to into his seat. And great to have you back with me, Steve.
Thank you, James.
Thank you very much. And
great to be back.
Good to have Sean with us on the mic, just giving us insights into the Welsh team, and not sharing too much information. He was sharing a lot of information with us, which was lovely to hear about their travelling party and where the players come from, and just a bit about what was happening out there this morning. And that's very well played. The cross-batter shot. I don't know if it's going to go all the way. We're just trying to see, and that is going to be cut off by Timor, and they're only through for the two. I think there it was from Nick Morgan, the batter, and Morgan with that shot moves into the 20s. So he's on to 20, and Boyson just coming in for a little bit of treatment here on that one. But the outfield a little bit slow this morning. Perhaps
we'll speed up obviously during the course of the day with the heat we have here today, and the grass sort of dying out a little bit. We'll definitely speed up, and so will the wicket, of course.
Yes.
But I don't think Sean added. He might have been fairly transparent in terms of the Welsh team and their shenanigans, but he certainly didn't help you in the wickets column while I was away, James. So Sean picking up no wickets after myself and James, of course, picking up 4 wickets in that first session.
He was batting for the Welsh, and we're bowling for the South Africans.
So, yes, a little bit of a partnership, but maybe now we can get back on track.
Well, I think Steve's come in now to take the wicket here. Boyson, just that one played by Hopkins through to Ridwan Williams on the third man boundary, but it is wide, very wide of third man, picks it up and tosses it in left-handed as we hear the noonday gun going off behind us on Signal Hill. And those of us up here with the team here from Pitch Vision who've just banged their heads on what is the temporary ceiling here.
For those of us who aren't used to it, I think it's a ceremonial occurrence every day at 12 o'clock. The noon gun goes off, and a couple of guys almost fell off the scaffolding here. So welcome to Cape Town.
Some of the wonderful traditions that still take place here in Cape Town, and one of those is the noonday gun firing on Signal Hill. So something that you do get used to if you're in and around the City Bowl.
You're not too used to if you're standing over a short putt though, James, I can tell you.
I'm sure not.
Metropolitan Golf Course also just a stone throw away, this precinct of Mully Point, probably the sort of sporting and event capital of South Africa.
Absolutely. I mean, this area which hosts so many outstanding events, not just with the DHL stadium behind us here, the one built for the 2010 World Cup, FIFA World Cup, but it also hosts musical events, both football and rugby that are played there. There was even a massive monster truck event there some time ago.
To go to that one.
All right.
Supporting the American traditions, as that's it down the ground, pick up a couple,
I think they will. That's they're turning for the second, as it's Morgan that is back quickly for that, and that's 2 more to Hopkins, and he takes his score to 11 now, and 53 for the 50 up in that over from the Welsh team, and it has been a much better performance from them here so far in this particular over from Boyson. Perhaps Boyson now, after his 5 overs, in fact that's his 6th over, should I say, has probably done his piece for the moment. That a good over for the Welsh. I say moving, in fact, in the last 2 overs has been very good from them, moving from moving from 40 for a loss of 4 to 53 for 4. This partnership now is realised 27 after the loss of the 4th wicket, which was James Brees, who was out for 3. So just to recap on what has happened today, South Africa winning the toss and electing to bowl on what is a new pitch here, newly used pitch, fresh pitch at Greenpoint Cricket Club. And early on, rewards for outstanding bowling from Yako Castle and Lumbian Barney, as we just watch Abdulaziz Timor coming in. That one very close to a caught and bowled off the bat of Nick Morgan, but just to the left of Timor. So first man to go, Mickey Martin, was caught in the slips by Captain Warren Dugmore for a single. Second man to go, Tim Hemp, caught behind, also off Castle by Bassage, and that's played nicely down to Williams wide mid-on for a single. And third man to go then was Sean Morris, who was in the commentary box with me earlier on. He scored 9, a lovely boundary through the offside, but perishing in that backward point position. Very well caught by Tamur off the bowling of Mbani. And that's good fielding in quickly, Yako Castle. And South Africa looking very sprightly in the field today, Steve.
Abdul, I must say, has the ball on a string. He's flirting with the batsman here, really getting it above the eye line, taking the pace off it somewhat. But the control he's had so far in the spell for a leg spinner has been exemplary.
It's been outstanding, hasn't he? That's another lovely shot from Hopkins. He did that in the previous over. He's done it again now. Threaded the needle there through the offside. And that's a beautiful shot down to the extra cover boundary for his second four. Both him and Morgan now, both having hit 2 fours. And Abdul Aziz Tamur goes for his second boundary, both in the same region, off the same batter. And he now conceded 14 off the into his sixth over. That's played nicely, but straight to the man at extra cover. I think that's Johan Fourie out there in the covers. Just trying to get my personnel sorted out. Can't quite see where the captain is at the moment. He may be out on the boundary actually at point, and that could be the captain who fielded it. And that is played a bit short from Abdulaziz. It's played in the air, just the one bounce before. I think that's Yasser Ditta. Is it out there? No, maybe not. I'll have to try and see if I've got the binoculars.
A little bit of frustration there from Abdul as well. A little disappointed with himself there, having overpitched one, bowling a half volley, driven through the covers. He then proceeds to drop one short, just a couple, but the frustration is slightly evident. I think the Welsh find themselves in a slight sweet spot here at the moment, having recovered from sort of 26 for 4, now 60 for 4. So I think a little bit of momentum with them, and important that they now carry this forward. If these two can stay together for another 10 or so overs, they can really set themselves up to get a reasonable total, to say the least.
Absolutely right, Steve. Certainly thinking about that a bit earlier on and saying that if these two can bat through to 35 overs, you sense that the Welsh and Sean Morris was talking about probably at least getting them to the 150, 160 mark, giving them something they feel they can possibly bowl at. The understanding, he did say to us that the Welsh would have also bowled first on this pitch, just trying to get an idea of what the conditions are like. And is Boyson continuing from the stadium end? Just played straight into the covers. I think that is Warren Dugmore, the captain. It is indeed. So Dugmore in the covers at extra cover. And let's just have a look at the field. So we've got a 6-3 offside leg side field. We've got a gully fielder. It's Carl Smith. We've got Ridwan Williams down at third man. Yako Castle at backward point. Just go through the field now again after this delivery. That's a very nice delivery in the block hole. And Morgan does well just to keep that one out. And Castle will pick up. So we have then out on the cover boundary sweeping, we have Lundi and Barney. We have Warren Dugmore, as I said, into extra cover. We have Tamur on the boundary here at long off. Johan Fourie at mid-on and backward point. Then we have Nathan Jones, square leg Nathan Jones, and on the boundary at fine leg we have Yasser Ditta and Peter Boyson, Darren Bassage, the wicket keeper, as Boyson's away from us again. That's just angling down the leg side. So it's been a very disciplined performance so far from the bowlers from South Africa. Steve, you've been impressed with what you've seen?
Certainly. I think we've alluded to the fact that this side is very well drilled. They've walked a long path together to get to this point. There's been a fair amount of build-up in the last year or so. The excitement has been palpable, and now we're here live with the first day of the inaugural Over-40 Cricket World Cup, coming to you from Greenpoint Cricket Club in Cape Town, the most picturesque of venues and a great place to pop in. Maybe later come down, bring the family, come and have a cool drink or a beer and just enjoy the cricket.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said that better myself. And it is free entry. Please, beautiful grass banks here. There'll be some trees to sit under with some shade here on the western side of the ground as we go a bit later into the day?
I think it's been most impressive how busy the team physiotherapists have been this morning in terms of dealing with guys who haven't played a game or been on the field yet. So some running and repairs before the tournament gets underway for a couple of the lads.
On Whitish outside the off stump, and Peter Tate has a good look at that one, thinks about it, and does raise his arms wide for the second time in this over. And Peter Boyson 2 wides in this over so far, and he's now into his 7th over on the trot. And you feel that this probably, from a South African point of view, will be his last over in this spell. In long spells for the South African bowlers so far, and that's brilliant fielding in the covers there. Outstanding stuff from is that Kyle Smith in the covers? I think it is. He's come out of that gully position, yeah.
Kyle Smith at cover there. And as we can see, the conditions have just settled a little bit since the first hour. The ball's still moving through the air, but not much off the wicket.
No.
And obviously that has given Wales the chance to somewhat recover. And as we said earlier, hopefully put up a fairly respectable total against a very strong, athletic and well-drilled South African outfit.
Yeah, they're certainly looking like that at the moment. On that's played down into the mid-wicket region, just shortish outside the off stump. And Nick Morgan is playing a very good innings here. His 3rd boundary, that is, for Morgan, playing it into that leg side for 4.
Take a picture of the end there.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's great. Outstanding shot there from Morgan, and it's Boyson in again and just defended into the offside, and it's Smith in quickly, and Castle comes around as well to make sure that one is not adding any issues for them. And so 66 for the loss of 4 after 26 overs, so 6 runs off that over. Once again a boundary in that over from Peter Boyson, and the 2 wides, and that may well be the last we're going to see of him for a while.
I wouldn't be surprised if we perhaps see Ridwan Williams into the attack at some point. The left-arm orthodox bowler comes from a nice high position, straight arm high, a nice pivot, very tidy bowler, be at the stumps, and maybe he can just somewhat stem the tide here. Not to say that things are getting out of hand, but I think the Welsh are enjoying a period in a sweet spot here and gathering a couple of runs.
Certainly. I mean, this partnership now worth 40 between these two. The last wicket falling at 26, that of James Breese. And both these batters into double figures. Morgan 26, Hopkins 17. And they are the only 2 batters who got into double figures in the Welsh innings so far. And as Sean Morris was saying earlier on to us, Steve, conditions were very difficult out there, and he was praising the South African bowlers, saying there was absolutely nothing to hit. I was just mentioning to him that's exactly what we were saying here in the commentary box. He was saying, came off the field, that's what he was saying to the team as well. That's played to Williams, and Williams picks up very nicely, but good running there from Hopkins, and he's through very quickly. Did see a few stretches happening there from Ridwan Williams. So I think your analysis there, I think, may be spot on. He may well be coming to ball from
maybe
this
a
end.
period of time just to take the pace off a little bit and just try and squeeze a little bit. I think, but potentially also with the extra pace in the second session there, just the ball coming on slightly better and allowing the Welsh just to pierce the gap a couple of times and find a couple of boundaries. That is played away
and that
over
is
long
6 runs. An outstanding shot, but it was really a loose delivery. One of the very, very few. But Nick Morgan not missing out on that one. That's the first maximum of the innings. Not going to do a Danny Morrison for you, but that was the first maximum of the innings, and beautifully played. He picked that one early, that it came and was going to be a full toss, and he hit it over deep, wideish, long on for 6. So first maximum of the innings. And that is on the money again from Tamur this time. And that's a good riposte from the South African wrist spinner, it must be said.
Welsh
Morgan.
just threatening to get that run rate up to about the 3 and over, and they obviously
Yeah.
look to press on at that point with wickets in hand, closer to the 4. Of course, only 45 overs the
That's
side
right.
in the veterans over 40. And Yaku Castle with a great spell earlier on,
Yeah.
setting the tone for South Africa to early inroads. And obviously, as we've said, the Welsh just fighting back at this point in time.
Oh, indeed, and the fight back being well led here by Nick Morgan. He's into the 30s now, and he tries to play that one forcibly again, but just off the inside half of the bat down to Lundi Mbani at backward square, deep backward square, and they go through for yet another single. So 7 off this over as well from Abdul Aziz Tamur so far, and 8 off the over so far. And previous over went for 7. So as you say, Steve, just getting the measure perhaps of the South African attack and the conditions here.
They've settled in nicely. I think the first hour of a tournament away from home, first time in conditions like these, is going to take a little bit of time to adjust. But this pair seem to have done that and done that quickly. And they look a sort of really organized duo out in the middle.
Yeah.
They seem to understand each other. They're running well. They've been selective in the shots they've played. And from a Welsh perspective, it would be nice to see them continue for a while. It's been fairly entertaining and really good on the eye.
It has, most certainly. And where the ball has been loose, what's been good to see is that they have taken advantage of that. And in fact, it is still going to be Boyson to continue. So interesting. He's already bowled 7 overs. Perhaps he's going to just bowl out his entire 9 over spell here. It's interesting that he's been kept on, but
I think all, in terms of all 4 bowlers used today have all been given long spells. So
they have, yeah.
strange from our perspective, potentially, that we didn't see a little bit more rotation of bowlers,
Yeah.
allowing the batsman potentially to get used to them as he goes over the top
He
again.
does. That's a very good shot from Morgan, but it will be cut off here by Tamur, and that's good fielding from the wrist spinner as he goes round to his left. But again, a good shot over the infield, over that extra cover region. And certainly Morgan's starting to pick this up, and that is the 50 partnership between these two, and the 50 partnership coming up off. Now they're in the 28th over, and wicket falling in the 15th. So they've been batting together for 13 overs for that 50. Just starting, as you said, nearly 4 runs and over for this partnership so far, and starting to challenge that 3 runs per over mark.
But nice to see from Boyce, and they're just changing the pace there,
Yeah.
bowling the off cutter, just mixing it up a little bit. And I think probably something we need to see a little bit more of, just becoming a little bit too predictable, the attack. So let's look at a few variations and let's just stay focused here and let's see what happens.
Well, certainly what they were doing earlier on today was exactly the right tactics, but as now maybe the opportunity to do something, as you say, a little bit different. That's pulled away once again, slightly short outside the off stump, and Morgan is going to get yet another boundary. That is his 4th boundary, and to go with his 1-6, his 4th 4, and that takes them up to 80 for the loss of 4-6 off this over so far, after only the 3 balls from Boyson, and Morgan really looking very comfortable now at the crease, and he's moved up to 39, I think that is for him, and good batting from this pair. 54 they put on so far for the 5th wicket. They did look at 26 for 4 that Wales were potentially staring down the barrel of I wouldn't say a sub 100 score, but certainly something in the 100 to 120 region. And they're looking now as if these two stay together, it could be certainly a lot more than that.
The only explanation I can think of, James, for the bowlers staying on, being in sort of the veteran category myself, is that potentially the guys do stiffen up and it's tough for them to come back for a second or third spell. So the idea from the captains possibly leave them on as long as possible,
right.
but that is hooked.
It's very, very nicely played. Short again from Boyson and down to the backward square leg boundary. There was more protection put out there after that previous ball, but put out at square leg, and that is Nathan Jones, who was put out there, but he's not able to stop that one from going down for a boundary, and that's the 5th 4, and that takes Morgan into the 40s. And so, I understand the point there, Steve. Definitely, you don't want to be getting stiffened up. You're not going to be able to come back on to bowl again, and it is certainly a fair point. One doesn't always think about that.
Look, unfortunately, I think it is 1 over too many here from Boyson. I think the shackles have certainly been broken here from a Welsh perspective. And I'm sure to say that there should be a change, and maybe a double change is what's
Maybe.
required right now.
So, I mean, for the South African team, just having a look at that, who would potentially be your, I mean, the fifth bowler already won Williams, who would be the sixth bowler potentially? Let's have a look at the lineup.
Look, it might
for
be worth
today.
having a look at Mbani coming back for a couple.
Yeah,
I think he
yeah.
only bowled the six, and obviously he was tight because I think one more wicket here and it changes everything. At
Yeah.
this point in time, I think Yaku's already bowled the seven, so you probably keep him for the death.
Yeah.
But I think something needs to be done at this point in time because you want to be looking at that lower to middle, lower order as soon as possible.
Yeah. So Wayne Hendricks not in the team today. He is an all-rounder. He's not in the starting lineup. We're just
I just caught up with Wayne and Dan Steyer a few minutes ago downstairs. Slightly surprised not to see them in the side, but they did play in the warm-up game against Australia. Of course, Dan Steyer, possibly one of the quicker over 40 bowlers in the world going around right now. He still manages to click up near the 130. I'm sure he'll still play a big part in this tournament, and so will Wayne when he gets the opportunity. Left-arm orthodox.
Absolutely. So, so Yasser Ditter, perhaps. Not sure if he bowls Johan Fourie. We'll just see what the South Africans have got up their sleeves for us in terms of that fifth and sixth bowler. In the meantime, it is going to be Abdulaziz Tamor to continue 11 off that last over then from Peter Boyson, and I'm sure he will probably bowl him out, although with the 11 coming off that over, quite an expensive one, and Welsh team now are up to that 3 runs and over mark, so 85 for the loss of 4. And
only 16 overs left after this one, and 15 after that. So that puts us to ask the question: is the fifth bowler going to be sharing the duties with somebody else, because he's not going to be able to bowl the full quota of 9?
Exactly. And we're only looking at a situation we're looking at now. Is that it's just nice to play it again down the ground. Hopkins and Morgan in particular, just easing that ball around the field now and taking advantage of anything that is there to be able to be hit. Oh, that one surprised me a bit. He shaped to play that one leg side and just going away from it with the natural wrist spin of
just pull the length back a bit, slightly quicker through the air, and it's gripping in the wicket. Maybe the pace at which he's bowling, something he could mix up slightly more after having seen that happen there. Back to floating it up.
He's mixing it up quite nicely, getting that one nicely above the eye line of the batter, getting perhaps a little bit of dip, nice dip on that, and that's out to Dugmore in the covers.
That looked like it came out the front of the hand, very hasty there. Run out opportunity. No, he's back safely.
Just hitting the batter, I think, there. And see, went back in to his ground. No chance of a run there to I think Nathan Jones in at mid-wicket. It is indeed. And getting used to these fielders now. That one's very well fielded by Williams there at mid-on. But again, can't prevent the single being taken by these two.
Really good the way they're transferring the pressure back onto South Africa. Not missing the opportunity to take the quick singles, pressurising the fielders.
They've been running well between the wickets. I mean, they took 1 or 2 chances earlier on, but it's been really good to see. That time just hit too well out to the fielder Williams at mid-on, and there is no run. So a better over that one from Abdulaziz Tamor, only the 2 off it, and 87 for 4. So they're batting at exactly 3 runs and over now. And you just to give you some information about the tournament, and Steve, over to you.
Once again, welcome to all our listeners in South Africa and around the world for this inaugural Over-40 Cricket World Cup, coming to you live from Cape Town, South Africa. First and foremost, the Veterans Cricket of South Africa would obviously like to thank our sponsors for this tournament and for this particular match day as well: Sisonke Tourism and the event services, Devil's Peak, Vita 24 and Pitch Vision. As we've said earlier, obviously without their support and their continued support, events such as these would not be possible. We're coming to you from the picturesque Greenpoint Cricket Club in the Muli Point region of South Africa. Of course, Cape Town voted world's most beautiful city recently once again. So I think as a veteran player being out here, having been able to bring their wives and their families, great seeing the kids running around and just seeing families supporting their men on this venture of theirs. In their sort of golden years, it's a really great place to host something of this magnitude.
And thank you very much, Steve. It is going to be Ridwan Williams to come in for his first over of the match. It's the 30th over of the innings. There will be a drinks break after this particular over. Williams replacing Peter Boyson, who went for 11 of his last over. Slow left arm orthodox spinner, and it'll be interesting to see how he goes. He did do particularly well in the Africa Cup, and some of those he took 3 for 7 in just 2.4 overs in the final of the Africa Cup, which South Africa defeated Namibia in that final, and he's going to be bowling away from us now.
Beautiful control straight away from Ridwan Williams. That's what we've come to expect from him all the way through the trials, right from the provincial RPT right through to Africa Cup, and hopefully some more of the same year in the Cricket World Cup.
That was very nice control there, quite fast. That first one, that one tossed up a little bit more, but he's getting a little bit of purchase outside that off stump, just away from the right-hander, and looks like this was a good move on the part of the captain, Warren Dugmore, to bring him on.
Batsman just having to have a look again.
Look at that one really spat up off a length, didn't it? Beautiful delivery.
Prodigious turn and bounce there from Ridwan. He's a wily bowler, and I think this is just an opportunity for us just to put the brakes on a little bit, and the Welsh just have to be a little bit more circumspect for a moment or two.
It's Hopkins on strike, and this partnership between Hopkins and Morgan amassing 61 runs so far, absolutely crucial for the Welsh team, taking them from 26 for 4 now to 87 for 4, and they just want to be able to get the sort of a view of Williams and see what he's about first up in this over. Another good delivery on the line of middle and off stump, and just coming forward. Does look very compact and industrious type of bowler, doesn't he? He's nice action that he's got.
Williams away from us again, just a one ball left in the over, and he's hit the mark, and he starts with a maiden over. Tremendous start there from Williams. As you can see, he's got quite a fan base down here to our left.
Definitely.
They're out here, they've got the tops on and the caps, the families are down.
Wonderful, wonderful to see, and it is going to be a drinks break at the end of 30 overs. It is 87 for the loss of 4, and easy calculation to make 2.9 runs to the over so far, the Welsh, and having been 26 for the loss of 4 after 15 overs these two have put on in the last 15 overs have put on 61, batting at 4 and over for the last 15 overs, and been a very good recovery job from these two, Hopkins and from Morgan. And we're just going to also take a bit of a break. Steve, you want?
Just a final word as we go into the drinks break. I think it's a great cricket wicket at Greenpoint, fair to both batsmen and bowlers, which has obviously allowed Wales the opportunity to fight back from that staring down the barrel at 26 for 4. So I think a good session there. Definitely the first one the Welsh have taken in the day. They've taken that one, and now with a 15-over session left to the 45-over point, just the conditions allowing Welsh the opportunity to fight back. So really important what they do in the next 5 overs, and then with wickets in hand, hopefully a respectable total for the chase this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Steve. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. So back to the action here, and it's going to be Abdul Aziz Timur who's going to be bowling his 8th over. I think it is. Has he bowled eight already? I'm just trying to see what he bowled 8 already.
Yeah.
Sorry, it'll be his 9th over, and just missing out on that 2 off that previous over. He's in, and that's very well played by Morgan down the ground, but they won't get 2 this time. It is Williams who's in quickly from his position at long on. And as we say, it's been an outstanding opening bowling performance from South Africa, reducing the Welsh to 10 for 3 in the 8th over. That's nicely played to the right of Dugmore at extra cover. But Yasser Ditta is in quickly to his left from long on, and they only go through for the single.
Welsh batsman picking up where they left off just before the drinks interval, knocking it around, taking 2 singles off the first ball, just waiting for the bad ball. You can sense they'll be looking to go at a runner ball from here and then just cash in on any loose deliveries and set up a position where they can certainly attack with 10 or so left.
Absolutely right. And now we're into the 3rd power play, 3 power plays of each of 15 overs. The first one, 3 players out of the circle. Second one, 4 players, and the third one, 5 players out of the circle. And that's what South Africa have got at the moment. As Jaco Castle just does a sharpish, bobbling bit of fielding there.
Just for the first time today, sensing a little bit of frustration from South Africans. Just getting a little bit more vocal. They're pulling together, trying to lift their game, just sensing that something's happening here that they're not too happy about. So let's see how they can react to this partnership.
Oh, and he did get something on that, didn't he? But it was he got a lot of bat on that, it sounded like, and very difficult for Bassage to take that behind the stumps. Hard to say that could go down as a drop, but possibly. Certainly went adjacent to the gloves. It was a difficult chance.
Almost sensed an inside edge potentially there, just missing the
so.
stumps as well. Bassage doing well to stay down and get something on it, but they obviously stick or they don't.
They do, yeah, exactly. Those ones, it's all about the fact of whether they just, it goes into the glove and you're able to close your hand on it in time, or it just stays in there. So
hope it gets caught in the webbing.
Exactly, and just not happening for Bassage on that particular occasion, and that is going to be the end then of the spell from Abdulaziz Timur, just again off that over. I think it was just a 2 again off that over. So his spell, an outstanding spell from him. And we will get that, if we can perhaps just get the bowling figures for Abdulaziz Timur and his 9 overs from our scorer. We'll just can get the bowling figures for Timur, please. Got them here. Okay, we'll have a look at them now. And
in the meantime, Williams to continue from running away from us towards the ocean end. His first over, of course, a maiden, hitting his line and length straight away as he now goes in.
It's another good delivery, and he's getting a nice amount of bounce there, isn't he, from this end?
Quite a bit of purchase there for him, and then obviously the odd one going through the surface there, it seems, quite dramatically.
Yes. So this probably be
outside half of the bat, just squeezed away. Very
Carl Smith there, is it? No, it's actually Peter Boyson, the tall man. I say Carl Smith has moved to backward point, I think it is.
Very lanky figure to be standing in the cover region, as you say. A bit of a Marco Jansen feel about it. You can stretch out the gadget arm, hopefully, and get it to cover some yards for us there. Tight lines again.
Really very tight line, and just Morgan just waiting for that one. He almost, it was it seemed a bit slower through the air from Williams.
Tough period for Wells, as he's only in his 2nd over and can easily bowl through to the death. The only problem is the 6th bowler has to be bowled at some point as well. Mathematically, it seems like they're going to have to share this sort of 5th bowler.
Certainly. I mean, there are only 6 overs left that can be bowled by the top 3 of Castle, Mbani and Boyson. So Boyson with 1 left, Mbani with 3, and Castle with 2. So you feel definitely we're going to see 2 from Castle and 3 from Mbani. Probably not that, maybe not that extra 1 from Boyson. That's swept beautifully. And that is going to go all the way down to the boundary for 4. That's an excellent shot
And
from Morgan. That's his 50. And well played, by Nick Morgan there, going through to his 50. And that 50 coming off, I will tell you now in terms of how many balls that's come off. We can get that back up on the screen, but an outstanding knock
69
from
balls,
him.
Jan.
69 balls for that 50. And my calculation says 6 4s and 1 6. And so just marking down on my scorecard. And the end of the Ridwan Williams over, it went for 5 that over from Williams after a very good first over, and just that last ball being taken to the boundary by Morgan, and he moved, as I say, to his 50, and he's been given great support by Owain Hopkins with 21, 94 now for the loss of 4, and just looking at those numbers for Abdulaziz Tamur, 9 overs, 1 for 28, so just 3.1 runs to the over, and it is going to be the spinner coming on from the northern end. It is going to be Nasser Ditta. Yasser Ditta, sorry, coming on from the ocean end of the ground, the southern end of the ground, as we look at it. Probably the northern end of the ground, looking at where we are at the moment, is the northern end of the ground. Table Bay, this part of Table Bay facing north, although you would always expect that you're looking at the sea from the south, and you in the southern hemisphere you're facing south, but that is not the case, as Carl Smith just comes around from his position at backward point to field. So Ditta, who bowling ways off spin, it looks like.
It'll be very interesting to see what happens here, because of course he could be filling in 1 or 2, just mathematically making sure that the frontline bowlers get to bowl their 9. It's beautifully just glanced away past the keeper.
It is. Castle
just the one.
Castle does really well there. Quick across the ground is Yucca Castle, and it comes through beautifully to stop them getting through for 2. So could have certainly been 2 had he not reacted as quickly as he did do. So there's right arm conventional finger spin here for Yasser Ditta. And I think you're right, Steve, looking at Williams as being one of the frontline bowlers. Probably Ditta going to be filling in maybe 4 overs.
I think a lot depends on how this first over and potentially second over goes. You would expect, of course, Mbani and Castle to come back at the death as well, having been so successful up front, unless, of course, Warren Dugmore feels that the lack of pace is useful at this point in the innings.
Yeah. It's be interesting to see how it all unfolds. Also, depending, I guess, as you say, on whether these 2 as well are still at the crease. One feels one breakthrough, and it perhaps will be the opportunity for Dugmore to bring in his pace, his bowlers, just to see if they can then get another breakthrough. Oh, and he's having a full go outside the off stump is Morgan, and he's earned himself the right to do that, hasn't he, with his 50? But you feel that
he feels like he's missed out. Very disappointed
does,
there. But I must say, to say the least, James, he's been very easy on the eye as Hopkins, and I think very much, and so has Morgan, I think. But Hopkins obviously playing the junior role, Morgan more the aggressor. Morgan a little bit in the mold of Murray Goodwin from Zimbabwe, if you ever watched him play the game.
Yes, definitely. Actually, it's quite a good comparison. Yeah, he certainly.
Short and compact.
Yes, I was going to say, Murray Goodwin I've always felt very compact player, and plays the ball nicely. He was also very good as the ball sort of square of the wicket as well.
Yes, indeed.
But anything that's short, hasn't he? And he played that ball quite nicely from outside the off stump as well, where he's had the opportunity from the spinner. Anything short he's going to punish, and he's been quite good on the front foot, although I must say there's 2 cover drives that Hopkins played off Tamur, excellent, and that's good from Williams not bouncing as much as he perhaps thought there. It's been interesting from this end that certainly been a lot more bounce.
Yeah, it's also been a bit up and down, you know. I think extravagant bounce and then use his feet outside half of the bat again. I think it's got to be looked at to be hitting him down the ground to mid-off, and anything up, you surely got to be looking to go over extra cover with the spin. I think that's got to be, he's just teasing you outside the off stump.
Absolutely.
I feel that's got to be an area to look at.
You're right. I mean, playing with the spin, very important. Don't want to be playing across the line to anything pitched up. I mean, that shot, easy to play, it just came into the body. But exactly as Steve is saying, and if you are perhaps a youngster listening to us, very important to make sure you know what the bowler is bowling and exactly what his perhaps his variations are as well. You just get a feel for the bowler, and Williams is naturally getting that one to, on that length, he's getting it to bounce quite a lot, and it's spinning away from the right-hander. And so playing it into the offside is certainly the most logical thing to do.
Absolutely. I think one would be inclined to look to give yourself a little bit of room and just ensure that the ball is pitching outside the line of the off stump and then being able to free the arms. Of course, going to be interesting to see if these two players are able to up the tempo. I mean, they've been really good in rebuilding and through the middle overs. That seems to be outside the line from this vantage point.
Yeah, I think there as well. I think the umpire perhaps, well, it did seem as if it hit the pad first, then onto the bat, and it would be a bit hesitant to potentially give something like that. But yes, outside the line, he seemed to be getting outside the line. He is batting quite, his stance is quite far outside the leg stump, must be said.
That is true, yeah.
Nicely played into the leg side. Ditter does the fielding, and just another single, 2 off the over from Ridwan Williams, and he's bowling well so far. Just a 7 off those first 3 overs of his bowling. So a little bit of it must be said at the moment, 97 for the last of 4, just slowed down a bit over the last number of overs. The last 4 overs only going for 8 runs. Sorry, 10 runs off the last 4 overs, sorry. So 2.5 and over when they have been batting 4 and over through the partnership. Just giving you an idea, here is our cameraman of what you can sort of see, the people that have come in here to watch this over-40s World Cup match between South Africa and Wales, and it really is a wonderful occasion here at the Greenpoint Cricket Club.
Couple of tight overs there from South Africa. I think we expected between overs 30 and 35 a little bit more urgency from the Welsh. We're obviously not sure what they still have left in the dressing room in terms of batting depth, and perhaps that's the reason they're trying to take it slightly deeper. But one does feel if you're going to have something competitive, especially against a strong South African side, they would now certainly look to be up in the tempo from here.
Certainly. I mean, now getting towards the 35th over, which is being bowled at the moment. That one just down the ground to the right of the bowler on his follow through. Not really a chance, it must be said. And Morgan and Hopkins both well set. Morgan 52, Hopkins 23. And you think they're going to be looking at making a decision soon. As that's nicely picked up by Smith in the backward point position. Sorry, that's Johan Fourie. I do apologise. Picked up by Fourie, I think it is. That is Fourie, is it? Yeah, Johan Fourie in the backward point position.
Only 3 balls, and then we enter the last 10 overs, and that's the business end of proceedings. So we'll be sure that the Welsh have got a plan, and they're looking to implement it. Take nothing away from this partnership. I think it's been fantastic. They were staring down the barrel early on day 1 in the World Cup, and I think just some respectability at this point in time, but surely looking to get at least sort of 70, 80 off the last 10. Post somewhere in the region of 170, 180, and then say, listen, we've done what we could yet today.
100% agree with you on that, Steve. It's they've kept the wickets in the bank now. They've done incredibly well to make sure that in the last 20 overs they haven't lost a wicket. These two put on now 74, with the 100 coming up there in the 35th over after 34 overs and 3 balls. And it has been in some level of acceleration. They went to the 15th and the 24th over. So the last 10 overs having gone for close to another 50. And They've started off very cautiously, and that over from Ditter, just going for the 4 runs. So once again, not really on the attack, as you say, at the moment. 10 overs to go. One of them has to go for it, don't they? I mean, somebody's play the sheet anchor role. One of the others. One of them to stay there. One of them to really go for the shots.
I would think that Morgan needs to bat through. I think
Yeah.
he's a class act.
Yeah.
And then obviously at the other end, it's time to maybe release some artillery.
Yeah.
And from a South African perspective, they would like to take a wicket and just open up an end.
Definitely. Well, I mean, we had the noonday gun earlier on, so artillery is certainly something that we would be wanting to see here.
Yeah.
So,
barely from.
Yeah.
Not allowing any width. They just can't free the arms on Williams.
No,
just in at
not
the
at
leg
all.
there, and
and they're not necessarily doing anything different. The Welsh batters, you feel, perhaps do something to try and get him off that line and length. Maybe I don't know, maybe Dane use your feet a bit, maybe, but he's just
have allowed him
picking
to
it there,
settle in, haven't they?
They have, haven't they? He's into his work now, and he's just putting it on a ticky, as we would have said.
He's got the ball on a string as well.
Does,
so I
yes,
think he's just
he?
able to hold it back slightly. But it's now or never, I'd say. For one guy, I think Hopkins has to be the aggressor here going forward.
I would agree. It's Hopkins,
and there he comes.
It's the aggressor, and that's in the air. I don't think he's going to get there.
It's going to fall safe.
It does fall safe, but it's Doug Moore who is trying to get underneath that one, but very difficult when the ball's coming over your shoulder, and Hopkins gets through for a single. But exactly as we were talking, one of them has to go, and Hopkins is the one that we believe is that he's playing that one also into the wind. It sort of held up in the air, didn't it, a little bit?
Didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball. A little bit of purchase, and up she went.
And Morgan coming across his stumps. That's a dangerous ploy, but he is going to get 2. It's a long chase around the boundary.
Coming back for 3.
Coming back for 3. That's excellent running from these two, the Welsh pair here. The 2 Welshmen, as it's on the boundary there. Carl Smith coming around from his position at deep backward square to do the fielding. So 3, that was to Morgan, and he's well into the 50s now, 56 of 80. Hopkins.
A little bit more intent shown there by the 2 batters, his last couple of deliveries.
That one's slightly short, but it's Boyson just can't get to it, but they would have got through probably for that run as it's down into the deep there, and that's Nathan Jones at deep. No, sorry, it's Lundy and Barney. I do apologise. Lundy and Barney, that is, on the deep cover boundary. So we've got Williams in again.
Felt the opportunity was there to use the feet and maybe go over that extra cover infield in a ring there.
So another good over there for South Africa. One feels they'd be happy to take 5 and over off the last 10, I think would be, and it's been a quietish period for the Welsh. And
not easy to get the slower bowlers away. I think they've been particularly accurate as well.
No,
now they're going to continue with the spin option.
Indeed, it's going to be Yasser Ditter to continue, and why not? I mean, he's bowled 2 overs so far, has Ditter, and only gone for 5 runs. So it's been particularly good performance from him. Gave that one quite a bit of a rip. Did the off spinner. Played nicely out by Hopkins to Kyle Smith, who's in the deep.
Both batsmen looking very comfortable. It's just whether they can, with a little bit more urgency, find a few more boundaries in the closing stages to push them up to somewhat of a competitive total. But the singles are certainly coming a lot more freely, and the intent is certainly looking to be shown.
Yeah, definitely. So they're going to just work around what they can work around, but it'd be interesting to see now what Hopkins does. So they've had 2 singles off the over so far. Is he going to take him on? The boundaries are loaded at the moment, 5 men out, and that's 3 on the leg side and 2 on the off. And that's played into the... Yeah, it was a good piece of fielding by Johan Farid there at backward point just managed to get around, and that's always difficult to field off a spinner, isn't it? Because
the side spin.
The side spin as that one came off the bat, sort of spun in towards him, and he just managed to parry it and prevent the single. That is in the air, and that is going to be out. That's exactly what we thought potentially was going to happen. Peter Boyson takes the catch on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and Hopkins had to go for it, and now he does go. So, and that was really excellent. Just looking at the replay again here from our producer, Bandilia. Thank you for this. And it's just short enough to be able to play the shot, and Hopkins takes him on, and great work from our cameraman there. Pat, just showing you that catch being taken in the deep, and it is the end of Hopkins. So a fantastic partnership comes to an end, a partnership of 82 between these two, and that is Hopkins, who has to make his way back to the pavilion. It was a very good innings, a very good partnership, and well played by Owain Hopkins, as new batter is coming to the crease, and it is going to be one of the two
number one
Hitchcocks that are in the team. So number one, just to see which of those two Hitchcocks it is that is in the team today. So we've got Adam and Paul. Adam Hitchcock it is coming to the crease, number one, and be interesting to see. So
good hand by Hopkins. Unfortunately, they're just heading into the wind to a long part of the ground, into the deep. Not quite getting it in the middle. I think it just got a little bit big on him. Hit it maybe a bit high up on the bat. And unfortunately, that brings to an end a very good partnership from a Welsh perspective. But now South Africa, with one end opening, will certainly be looking to contain, if not take a flurry of wickets here and make sure that they keep Wales within a total that they would be happy with.
Yes, certainly, Steve. And almost the script was written, wasn't it, as we saw that wicket, and we're just seeing it again now on your screen. A shortish from Ditter. Exactly the right type of shot to be played, but he just picked out the fielder on that just about maybe 5 to 10 meters in from the boundary, and a good catch taken there on the boundary by Peter Boyson, the tall man from South Africa, first change bowler.
Looked very composed, never looked like dropping it. Very good to see. Safe pair of hands out in the deep.
Absolutely right. Well balanced. I think that's one of the things you talk a bit about, sort of catching technique, and it's really is you make sure you're balanced in the right position. You've judged it properly, and you set your base to take the catch.
One just feels he got into position early, so he had the base. He didn't have to move late, and it was easy from there.
Yeah. So 36.4 overs bowled, and Hitchcock just plays that one straight back to Ditter.
So slightly slow, fresh wicket. Also difficult to just come in and hit the ball from ball one.
Yes.
You just feel like he needs to get off strike. And at this point, Morgan obviously needs to lead his team home from here.
100%.
Oh.
So just get something on that, probably back onto the pad. I don't know how it missed the stumps, and just going down to the leg side of straight there, that one, as a Hitchcock doesn't get off the mark. But an excellent over it was there from the spin bowling of Yasser Ditter, and he takes the wicket of Owain Hopkins, and that gives him wicket 1 for 2 in that over. So currently bowled the 3 overs, and he's taken 1 for 7 runs. The other end, it's this end here from the stadium end, Ridwan Williams. He's bowled his 4 overs and taken 0 for 12, and he's going to be coming in yet again from the stadium end of the ground, and been impressed with his bowling so far, Williams. He's been really on the money. That one, of course, he goes and bowls down the leg side because I said that.
Thank you very much, James. And also, unlike Darren Bassage there, I think that one just slipped between the legs. Not his tidiest moment of the day.
Yeah, so unfortunate there. Just as I go and say how nice and tight and tidy. It always happens, doesn't it? Commentators curse. So just down the leg side, and they pick up a run as well as the extra. So it's got to start it over all over again. It does, Williams, and that's much better.
Ball. Oh.
Has he overstepped there?
He's called it. It's a no ball, first of the innings.
It is the first of the innings, and that's very interesting. Called there by Peter Tate, and it will be a free hit, and it is the first no ball of the innings. The South African bowling attack has been disciplined. My calculation, only 6 wides in the innings so far.
He's got to be hitting straight at us here in the commentary booth,
yep.
I would say. Trying to get to the pitch of it and hit it straight. Well bowled.
Well bowled. He did bowl that exceptionally well. He held it back and shortish of a length,
Beautiful.
not giving him anything, any room necessarily, and getting a lot of purchase off the surface,
and
bounce and
well,
turn, yeah. Oh my goodness!
And then just one to sneak on straight there, wasn't it? And lovely little variation.
It was a lovely variation, and that one kept, as you say, quite a bit lower. Not there's a patch on this wicket that's just short of a length that it's really bouncing very nicely for the spinner, and Hitchcock. Probably would have wanted, for that no ball, you would have wanted Morgan on strike, wouldn't you, if you were Welsh?
Absolutely.
From that point of view.
Yeah.
Just Hitchcock just trying to get the feeling of the wicket at the moment.
Just difficult with no pace on the ball to get that through the inner ring. But I think South Africa obviously persisting with the spin option at both ends here, with a lack of pace. That Welsh don't really have a plan against the two spinners, one taking it away, one bringing it in, both orthodox. But the lack of pace certainly finding it difficult for Wales.
I certainly think so, and he's not able to get it away, is he? It's been a very good over so far, even considering with both that wide and the no ball, and just them taking the single off that wide meant that Hitchcock has been on strike, so just the 3 off the over so far. And again, it's not going to be able to get the last delivery really much off the square, and Dugmore does the fielding, and that's an excellent over, and it keeps it Nelson for the loss of 5. So 1-1-1 for 5 it is after 38. Just 7 overs left, and it's been some really good bowling. I mean, the last 3 overs have gone for only 10 runs, and since the 31st over to the 38th, so 8 overs, we've only seen how many? 23 runs, 24 runs in those 8 overs. So just 3 and over for the last 8 overs.
Difficult times for Wales as our camera just sort of swoops across the Hamilton rugby field in the distance. One of the oldest rugby clubs in South Africa. And we're, of course, coming to you live from Greenpoint Cricket Club itself, one of the oldest cricket clubs in the country, in the Muli Point area, the events and sport capital of South Africa, on a magnificent Cape Town afternoon. We're thrilled to be here with you live, bringing you this World Cup encounter between South Africa and Wales. But correct, James, as you say, I think we've hit the brakes here. Very difficult for Morgan now because he's going to be starved of strike. You just want to get him off strike, and I think that frustration may lead to bigger problems for Wales.
Yes, Steve, it's a playbook that has been played over and over again, isn't it? As once you start getting the runs to dry up, it means that the batters have to go out there and make something happen. And it's been really good from these two spinners. And he does, yes, exactly has happened as Morgan tries to play the reverse sweep, and unfortunately for him and for Wales, he does not manage to do that successfully and gets trapped in front by Yasadita. And Steve, you called it exactly what's happened. Scoreboard pressure from South Africa has caused the wicket to go down, and a very good innings there from Nick Morgan. Played an outstanding hand for his team. It came in when all about him were falling at the score at 10 for 3. He's taken them through to 111 for the loss of now 6 wickets, and he well should get applause as he comes off the field. And 57 of 83 deliveries, 6 fours, and the 1-6 for Nick Morgan. and it has meant that the Welsh team has been given an opportunity to at least put something on the board. As we look at this again, take us through this, Steve.
Yeah, I think just trying to invent, play a shot. Looked to me could have been slightly outside the line, but of course the umpire makes a final decision, and Rafiq Patel had no hesitation. He's obviously got a better view. We're slightly on the angle, but trying to play a shot that we haven't seen him play. So trying something out of the ordinary. And unfortunately, as you said, the pressure was built. The new batsman he's been starved of strike, and it's a big blow for Wales. Definitely a player to watch in this tournament for Wales.
Definitely.
Morgan looks a very compact and tidy cricketer.
As it is Paul Hitchcott. So we have both Paul and Adam Hitchcott at the crease at the moment. And it's quite interesting because we have 100. If you take the two numbers of the batters, it's 1 and 11. That's 111. And we've got 111 on the board. So
happening now with Hitchcock instead of Hitchcott. I mean, very close on
Hitchcott.
that front.
No, they're both the same name. It's both the same. Yeah,
the two brothers then, is it?
I think so. And the team manager's also a Hitchcott as well. So we've got
some big names in Welsh cricket with us
today.
today.
We do indeed. Yeah. We do indeed. So it is Paul Hitchcott to face now, and another good delivery from Yasser Ditter. And out to the captain, Warren Dugmore, in the covers. So Nelson has done its trick for South Africa here. And
the runs are now completely dried up.
Yeah, completely. And those 2 wickets, whilst we sort of were expecting Wales to try and accelerate the rates, and just these spinners have just put the brakes on them completely, made it very difficult for them. And it's going to be Paul that is going to get off the mark here, as just a single down to Lundi Mbane comes around from deep backward square. So Adam now on strike, which is going to call them Paul and Adam, probably easier.
Very easy. I think that's what their mom calls them too.
Yeah, I think so.
It depends obviously how angry she would be at the time. But
it's
good passage of play for South Africa. After the third drinks break, they've certainly come out and controlled proceedings from there.
And so a single to both of Paul and Adam. And just to show you this wicket once again of Morgan, who just trying to play that reverse sweep, and it's difficult to see from here. It may well have hit him on the back leg, actually.
Potentially.
But, and hence... but
certainly looked like on the angle it was hitting, it was just a question of whether it was in line, but of course we're not directly behind the stumps.
It's difficult, just slightly away from the direct line, and also with the batters back to us. But
a good piece of bowling, nonetheless.
It was a very good piece of bowling, and you have to feel that, with Hopkins gone and Hitchcott, unfortunately, just coming to the crease, that was Adam Hitchcott, who's on strike now. Number 1 on his bat. That's very nicely played down the ground, but there's only going to be 1, as it's well fielded in the front of us here by Johan Fourie.
Picking up with one hand there, very comfortable. Good. South Africa have been very disciplined in the field.
They have.
As we've said, a well-drilled team, very fit side, and very athletic, considering the age group of veterans.
Yeah. Yes,
very impressive.
They have done really well. They've caught well. It must be said, their fielding has been very good, been lively in the field. And another one here that Carl Smith is going to prevent going for 2, as he also picks up one-handed and tosses it in to Darren Bassage behind the stumps. And it's been impressive from every department so far, in the field and in the bowling from South Africa. The Welsh being restricted to just this 115 for loss of 6 into the 40th over, so batting at just under 4 runs to the over. And sorry, 3 to the over, apologies, meant to say 3, just under the 3 runs to the over. And that is just to the right of Captain Dugmore, and fielded on the boundary by Abdulaziz Tamur. And Tomo's bowling earlier on today, outstanding as well. Just 1 for 28 in his 9 overs, just 3.11 runs per over. And that's Lindy Umbane doing the fielding in that backward point position. It's the end of the over. Another very good one for South Africa, just the 3 off that, and it is 40 overs gone, just 5 left, 116 for the loss of 6. So Ridwan Williams doing a job for his captain here, and just the 3 again off that over. So he has bowled exceptionally well, just off his 6 overs, just the 18 runs, Steve.
Look, I think Wales have to throw caution to the wind now. They have nothing left to offer but to, in these last 5 overs, see what they can get on the board. If they get bowled out, then so be it, because 116 for 6, I don't believe will be anywhere near enough to contain the South African side this afternoon.
No, I agree with you. South Africa have a formidable batting lineup, as that's nicely played out into the covers, but there won't be more than one, as it's just knocked on in the covers there by Johan Fourie. I think it is. Just getting my Fouries and Smiths mixed up there. It is Fourie. I have got that right. It's again nicely played, but there really is nothing else on offer for them, as Ditter is keeping it incredibly tight here. So Williams and Ditter have been outstanding for South Africa in the last sort of, 9 overs from the 2 of them have really been outstanding. I mean, Ditter only going for 7 in his 3 overs, and 18.
I do think this is the over. They need to be going sort of with the slight wind they have behind them, shorter boundary towards the nets, potentially the last over from the spinner. You want to be trying to clear the boundary here, because you've obviously got Castle and Barney up our sleeve.
Yes.
So you would want to cash in on what would be considered 5th, 6th bowler. Of course, I wouldn't say necessarily is that.
No,
it's been far better than that.
It has been.
But you need to be identifying who you're going to take on, and this should be that over.
You would think so. Only 4 left after this, and Hitchcock just trying to play. Just angling it into gaps, perhaps, to get runs. But it's just wonder whether perhaps Paul is not the bigger hitter. Adam at the moment only 4 runs of 18 deliveries. And you get again defending, and just feel 1 or 2 4s just to try and break some kind of the shackles here.
I need to show some more intent in this, unfortunately. Of course, in Wales' defence, they would certainly be considered, I guess, one of the minnows in terms of this tournament. I don't think we would expect them to beat South Africa, but we certainly would expect them to go out all guns blazing here and post a score that they could hope to defend.
That's right. I mean, they have the outstanding off spin of Gareth Edwards in their team, a man who played for Glamorgan. Second team mostly. He was in the shadow of Robert Croft, the England spinner, for most of his career. Was played a lot of cricket in and around that area. It does come from the north of Wales. Oh my goodness!
There's all sorts of chaos. He's taking a stump out the ground.
He's with the ball in his hand, and that is out.
Very quick thinking there from Ridwan Williams.
Incredibly quick thinking, and that looked like it was past him. He couldn't quite take the catch, but he's got the wicket anyway.
Presence of mind.
Absolutely,
I think the bail's
brilliant.
off. He'd already broken the stumps, but in his position, lying on his back, he managed to pull a stump out the ground, hold the ball to it, and the rest is history. Wales lose their 7th wicket.
And that was outstanding stuff from the left-arm spinner from South Africa. And it is Adam Hitchcock that makes his way back to the pavilion. And Adam Hitchcock brilliantly run out. And we'll be able to show you that replay, we hope, shortly, to just see exactly what happened there. Steve, just take us through this.
Looking at her go down the ground, brilliant effort from Williams, getting in the air. Then the chaos ensues. Batsman's left stranded, stump out of the ground, ball to stump. Well done. Presence of mind, brilliant. Take a bow, Ridwan Williams.
Yeah, that really was outstanding stuff. To think in that moment when you drop the catch, you're lying on the ground, you've shattered the stumps, and now you've got to think, what am I going to do now? Sees the batters out of his ground. knows that he has to pick up the stump with the ball in his hand, and he does so.
Fantastic. I think, every time you watch a game of cricket, something happens that you didn't expect. That was slightly unexpected, and I think it was quite a bit of chaos, but beautifully summed up there. Thanks, James. And I think what a moment there for Ridwan Williams.
And
unfortunate, of course, that the non-strikers in, but I guess at the end of the day, that's what's going to happen now. Only 3.5 overs left, so we're looking at now 23 balls. I think Wales certainly need to be getting themselves 30 or 40 runs.
So,
the new batsman, I'm not sure.
New batter. Sorry, I haven't. Look, let me just see who the new batter is for you when he turns his back to us now. It is Harris.
Number 14.
The number 14 Harris. Get his name now, as it's Williams into.
And
stumping it is, and that's another one gone. Well done, well bowled by Ridwan Williams, and the Ridwan Williams fan club over here to our left is really giving it everything, as well they should. He's been brilliant the last two deliveries.
The local boy Ridwan Williams just tossing that one up a little bit wider, taking the pace off a turn and bounce, and a beautiful bit of work behind the stumps by Darren Bassage. The two local boys from Western Province combining there, and a beautiful dismissal. And we're on a team hat-trick.
We are indeed on a team hat-trick here, as Paul Hitchcott has to make his way back to the pavilion, and it's going to be Smart who's coming into bat now. That is got his name now, Matthew Smart. So Matthew Smart coming to the wicket with number 12 on his back. And just to give you some information about the tournament, Steve.
For those of you who just joined us, good afternoon. Welcome from a picturesque Greenpoint Cricket Club in Mooley Point, Cape Town, South Africa. I'm in the privileged position to be sitting with James King this afternoon in the commentary box, and myself, Steve Vestrad. We're delighted to be bringing you this coverage of the inaugural Over-40 Cricket World Cup in Cape Town, South Africa. It's the host nation, South Africa, of course, coming up against Wales. And without further ado, we'd obviously like to thank our sponsors, Sisonke Tourism, Event Services, Devil's Peak, Vita 24 and Pitch Vision, for allowing us this opportunity to be here this afternoon with you, wherever you may be. I'm sure you're enjoying the cricket, and South Africa certainly well on top, James.
They are indeed, and Ridwan Williams, we will also bring you a replay of that wicket shortly, after we'll just watch this delivery, and just defends, does the new batter. What is it? That is the new batter on the side is Matthew Smart. It just defends that, and here we see the. So we'll show you that wicket after this delivery, or perhaps at the end of the over, maybe Bandile. We'll have a look at that. Thank you. It's just played back down the grounds. It's very difficult for the Welsh. I think Steve, maybe that Ridwan Williams and Yasser Ditter may in fact bowl out here.
I've been inclined to think so. I think so at this point in time. I think at the point is they can't get the ball away. Wickets are falling. Yeah. Lack of pace has proved to be very difficult to get hold of. And of course, I just think it's great bowling.
It is great bowling. I mean, they've utilised the conditions exceptionally well. Those are the things that are in their favour. If you look at Williams from this side, just where he's pitching that, he's getting a bit of extra bounce from that one patch on the pitch. He's been able to do that, and this over's been outstanding from him. In fact, it's a wicket maiden for him, and he deserves that wicket most certainly. As
I think we have the replay here, James.
Yes,
just
have a look at this.
Our screen.
Take us through that then, Steve. It's
nice, easy action. Takes the pace off it, just slightly wider, turn and bounce, and the batsman is left nowhere in the pixel.
Yeah, it's from that point of view, it was he didn't actually come towards the ball, did he? And that, I think, made it more difficult for him to get back, and he sort of overbalanced, lost his balance, and unfortunately for Paul Hitchcott, not able to make contact with the ball, as Yasser Ditter does continue. This time it is to the Harris that he bowls, and
all credit, of course, to Williams anyway. I think he saw him coming and just took the play slightly wider, slightly shorter, and there we go.
Oh, he's bowled him.
Yep,
he's bowled him, and so another one goes down, and it really has been very difficult. 118 now, 3 wickets have fallen with the score on 118. It's gone from 118 for 6 now to 118 for 9, with 7th, 8th, and 9th wicket all falling on the score. The score on 118, and the spin twins here of Yasser Ditter and Ridwan Williams are making life very difficult for the Welsh.
The Welsh found themselves between a rock and a hard place, of course, at about 111 for 4, I think it was. The hard work had been done, but obviously not anywhere near enough runs on the board. Decided to have a go, and unfortunately, the tail just hasn't wagged at all.
And here we look at this dismissal again, just playing across the line, trying to sweep that, but not in any position to play the shot. Not down on one knee, not covering the line at all, and just with the turn naturally into the right-hander from Ditter, just taking that off stump. Beautiful bowling from South Africa's Gareth Edwards, with number 10 on his back, comes to the crease. Thought he might have been number 9, perhaps.
And this is Gareth Edwards, as we all know the story goes. So it's not that Gareth Edwards, but it's this Gareth Edwards who now comes in at number 11.
Oh, no, got
in fact, he's the skipper, isn't he? Of course.
The
skipper, the Welsh skipper is now joined us at the wicket.
Sorry, it is McPhee.
Is it McPhee?
So Edwards is not playing today.
Maybe he's holding the 9.
Sorry, yeah. I think maybe they do have maybe a replacement. Maybe there's a replacement rule in play here. Sorry. I think that probably hit him outside the line. Sorry, this is Daryl McPhee. Apologies for that. Just with the wickets falling here, it's been difficult to keep pace, but it is Daryl McPhee.
Well, I think what Welsh can do at this point of time is now actually bat out the 45 overs.
Dylan McPhee, apologies, Dylan McPhee.
Just try and get a couple more runs on the board, get to the close and to the luncheon break. And obviously, not an easy ground to defend on as it is. The sun is baking down. It's a magnificent day for cricket. Wicket should bake a little bit during the luncheon interval. So if you were a punter today, I think you certainly would be favouring the South Africans to knock off these runs and knock them off fairly easily as well.
I think you would. Odds-on favourites, most definitely South Africa, and they'll be looking at getting those within a good scoring rate as well, you'd feel, to try and make sure that the net run rate does come into it, that they are able to increase that, as that's just nicely played by McPhee out to the man on the deep cover boundary. That's Kyle Smith, and 119 for 9. It is now at the end of 43, and it was a wicket there to the bowling of Yasser Ditter, and that was his second wicket. He's been bowling exceptionally well. In fact, Williams and Ditter in the pair of bowling exceptionally well in partnership together.
Just a replay again, James, as you correctly said. Didn't get anything behind the ball. He could have got the pad outside the line, but of course not his job coming down late in the order. The batsmen didn't do their work up front, and Wales found themselves 9 for 118.
Yeah, it's good bowling from the South Africans, and as you said earlier on as well, Steve, Yasser Ditter not looking like a 6 bowler at all, is he? He's looking like a frontline spinner today. And Ridwan Williams, most definitely a frontline spinner. He's been outstanding in his work, and into his, I think it's his 8th over now.
And absolutely, with Hendricks not even playing today as well, also the orthodox left-arm turner and Dan Steyer, the opening bowler, being rested for this first encounter. South Africa got some serious riches in the bowling department.
And we'll see a bit later on in terms of their potential riches in the batting department as they come out to chase what looks like is going to be in and around the 120 level, as that's played straight to Doug Moore at extra cover. Good fielding from the South African captain on the bounce, and nice view there of the field from our cameraman Pat, as it's beautifully tossed up, and that's it.
Look at him go.
Oh yes, that was absolutely beautiful from the slow left armour, and that is his second wicket, Williams, and he has finished with his analysis of 7.4 overs and taken 2 for 18, and that is really outstanding stuff from him. And 7.4 overs that he's bowled, and the innings comes to an end after 4 balls of the 44th over, 119 all out, and the wickets there of the
Let's have another look at that.
I think have a look at it
If we
again.
may.
Yeah.
Just another
McPhee
beautiful
it is,
piece
sorry,
of bowling
yeah.
from Williams. Just look at that. Economical run-up. Keeps his eye on the batter. Sees, tosses it up, turn and bounce, and a lovely piece of keeping from
Yeah.
Bassage, it must be
Yeah.
said. Just
It
the
was.
one mistake from him today. Really good effort behind the stumps. Clinical performance by South Africa. We wouldn't expect anything less
No.
as the host nation, and surely someone who's looking to be up there in the playoffs later on in the tournament. Off to a fantastic start.
They are indeed off to a fantastic start, and we will be back with you after the luncheon interval. Lunch and interval is going to be, what I think, half an hour that we'll be taking here, and we'll be enjoying the lunch here at the Greenpoint Cricket Club as the players go off the field, and it is going to be, they're going to be led off by, we'll see now who they are applauding off the field, and it is going to be Ridwan Williams. In fact, they're applauding off the field. In fact, all the three
All the
spinners
bowlers.
that go off together, and that really is a testament to that. It was set up, though, by Yako Castle and Lundi Mbani up front, with the first 3 wickets falling with the score only on 10. Fourth wicket fell at 26, and then an outstanding partnership of 82 between it was Hopkins and Morgan for Wales, with Hopkins getting to 50 here, the first 50 of the Over-40s World Cup for Wales, and that will go into the record books for him, for Nick Morgan, having scored the first 50 in an Over-40s World Cup for Wales. And he was then the 5th man out, though, was Hopkins, who had to then go for it away in Hopkins, and that 5th wicket falling in the 37th over with the score on 108. And from then onwards, only 11 runs added in an additional 8 overs for the Welsh team.
Absolute carnage there for Wales, losing their last 6 wickets for only those 8 runs. But I think just a shout out today as well. Yaku Castle, a great spell up front. And unfortunately, his brother, who obviously we all played a lot of cricket with in the day, no longer with us, Vinny Castle, I'm sure, smiling down not only on his brother Yaku today, but on the South African side as they start their campaign in this inaugural World Cup over 40. Vinny, we know you're looking down on us.
Thank you so much, Steve, for that. And a professional performance here from the South African Over-40s team. They'll be coming back out in about half an hour's time to chase this 120 they need at less than 3 runs and over for them to win the first encounter, their first encounter of the Over-40s World Cup. And so from myself, James King, the Cape Fox, and from Steve Vestrot and from the team here from Pitch Vision, it's goodbye from us for now, and we'll see you in about half an hour.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Greenpoint Cricket Club in Cape Town, Mully Point, Cape Town, South Africa, for this, the inaugural match in the Cricket World Cup over 40 between the hosts, South Africa and Wales. South Africa had a good session this morning, obviously bowling Wales out fairly cheaply, and I'll be fairly confident of coming in here this afternoon and knocking the runs off, hopefully in style, very few wickets down. But that we'll wait to see on that. With me in the commentary box is James King. He's doing some data work on my left here. The Cape Fox, James King.
Yeah, thank you very much, Steve. It's great to be here at this beautiful venue, Greenpoint Cricket Club. And we're sitting here at the end of the ground. We've got behind us Signal Hill, so we can't really see that. Signal Hill and the Cape Town Stadium and the Greenpoint Athletics track behind us. So we're going to be calling it now. I think we said this. We decided to be the Signal Hill end of the ground.
I think that was a great suggestion on your behalf.
I think that was. I don't know who that came from, but it doesn't matter. And then the promenade end at the other end of the ground. So with the Greenpoint Sea Point Promenade and the beautiful Table Bay. It looks an absolute picture today here from our commentary position here on the scaffolding at the Signal Hill side of the ground. And yes, a good performance from South Africa earlier on today, as we're getting the wave there from umpire Rafiq Patel from England.
I don't think he's talking to us, but if everybody can be ready.
We just like people
We're about to
us,
get underway for
are.
the second innings of this first match in the Over-40 Cricket World Cup in Cape Town, South Africa. We have a beautiful day here, picturesque view as we look over the ocean one side and the magnificent Table Mountain and Signal Hill behind us as Wales opening bowler comes in for the first delivery.
And Matthew Smart bowling from the promenade end and past, he actually dwarfs the umpire, Rafiq Patel, very tall man, Matthew Smart, and he's bowling to the left-handed Warren Dugmore, the captain of South Africa, and good delivery again on the line of middle stump. And we have to see who we've got here from the Welsh point of view. We have keeping wicket. We've got Neil Harris keeping wicket, and then Tim Hemp next to him at first slip. On that one, just falls short of the man at mid on for the left-hander, and they go through for two, and South Africa are on the board in the first over of their innings, chasing 120 to win at exactly 3 runs to the over. That one slightly uppish, just falling short. And
as we can see, the wicket's still fairly slow.
It is slow.
It's a bit lower as well in these early balls of the second innings. Warren Dugmore just getting through the shot slightly early, hitting it on the up was unintentional. And that's with the new ball as well. So just to prove that spin option at the back end of the Welsh innings certainly helped the South Africans.
I certainly did, and that's wildish this time. And no, nothing to add to the score. And just to give you some context around what happened in what it was a bit of confusion at the end there of the innings when I expected Gareth Edwards to be coming in. There are allowed substitutions in terms of this, so Gareth Edwards will be on the field and will be bowling, as that's the first wide of the innings from Matthew Smart, and he will be the first extra conceded. So it's going to be Smart once again, fourth ball of the over, and that's the last ball of the over, and just played into the backward point region where it's fielded there by James Breeze, and there is no run there. So end of the first over, South Africa 3 without loss, and Warren Dugmore having all the strike in that particular over. So it is going to be from this end to open the bowling for the Welsh from the Signal Hill end. It is going to be Dylan McPhee open the bowling. He's been bowling to the right-handed Kyle Smith for South Africa. So we have a left-hand, right-hand combination for South Africa opening the batting. And South Africa will be looking to try and knock these runs off in as quick a time as possible. The most important thing, though, firstly, is to make sure that they get a feel for this wicket. Certainly was moving around a bit this morning, as well as the good line and length the South Africans were bowling. And that's beautiful shot straight away. And it won't make it to the boundary, actually, or will it? It just makes it to the boundary. My goodness, it like trickled over the boundary then, as you saw. Just literally the ball
square drive there from Smith to open his account in terms of boundaries. And this is the second innings of the first match in this year's Over-40 Cricket World Cup. A couple of the Welsh lads have been pretty keen to get up and into the commentary box and have a word with you. So shortly we'll have Simon Holliday from the Welsh squad just sitting down with James and having a little bit of chat about cricket. And again, over extra cover. And the floodgates open early.
Wow.
Stand and deliver, bit of width on the up, and a couple of bounces and into the picket fences. Ominous signs early doors here for the Welsh side.
Yeah, Kyle Smith already faced 2 deliveries, and he's got 2 boundaries going through the offside. One through the offside, the other one over the offside. And that is a very fast start for South Africa on what is a pitch that has dried out a bit, definitely. Not much movement on offer here. It doesn't look like any movement at the moment on offer for Neil Harris from this side, as he's in again away from us now, and he plays it again. And that time sliced off the outer edge or outer half of the bat down to third man, and they just take the single.
A strong frame of Kyle Smith, a big unit, strong man. He's going to obviously come. He's made his intention clear. He's not holding back. You don't have to take any guesses as to how he's going to approach this.
No, not at all. No. 12 without a loss already, just after 9 deliveries in this innings so far.
Fairly fresh wicket this morning. It's the third strip. Probably hasn't been used as much of late. Ball just not quite coming on this morning. A little bit of movement, a bit of shape as well through the air. Well exploited, of course, by the South African bowlers Mbani and Yaku Castle, and then beautifully followed up by our spinners, who actually just curtailed the runs, choked the Welsh and restricted him to 119. Of course, just had one brilliant partnership of 80 odd in the middle order.
Yeah, that partnership between Hopkins and Morgan, outstanding stuff, taking the team from 26 for the loss of 4 to 110 when they lost their 5th wicket. And after that, though, unfortunately for the Welsh, it went very badly for them, going from 110 for 4 all the way through then to being 119 all out. And it was the spinners of South Africa that made the difference there as we come to the end of the second over. 12 without loss, that one going for 9 from Neil Harris.
Thank you once again for joining us. We're very proud to host you at Greenpoint Cricket Club this afternoon. And myself, James King, and Steve Estrad in the commentary box. I'm going to take a couple of minutes out as we have one Simon Holliday from the Welsh squad up here with us. And he's going to sit down and have a brief chat with James.
Yeah, it sounds fantastic. Thank you very much, Steve, and welcome to Simon. Good to have you with us, Simon. Thank you so much. Just something on the ground here.
I'll get back to you, don't worry.
Great. So welcome, Simon. Good to have you here with us.
Go on. Nailed it. Go on,
yeah, Simon took an excellent catch there of the piece of paper that we couldn't quite I couldn't quite manage to get to Steve. Great to have you with us, and great to have the entire Welsh team and the supporting squad with you that are with you here. Lovely to chat to Sean this morning here on commentary as well.
Oh yes, he came up
really good. So
he was a bit annoyed that you said my commentary might be better than my batting. That's
up in the air. Is that? Oh no, they can't decide who's going to take that one, and so South Africa and Kyle Smith in particular gets away with that. One that he wasn't quite to the pitch of it, played it up in the air in mid-off and mid-on. Unfortunately for the Welsh team, not calling it. We're going to look at that now for you on the replay.
That looked
So
like it was mid-on's ball, didn't it?
it did, didn't
looked
it?
like he was about to take it and then just backed off the last minute.
That's right. Mid-on was going towards the ball. Mid-off had come round, but Mid-on was actually the player that was actually set. I think put off by the fact that the band from Mid-off came around on that one. And Smith, in fact, Dugmore this time, the left-hander plays that through the covers. Not sure if it will get there. It's being chased, and they will actually get 3. That's good running, a good chase out there into the deep by James Brees, who's made some good ground there out onto the towards the boundary, but couldn't prevent them coming through for the 3rd. So yes, South Africa moving to 16 without loss. So Simon, really good to have you here.
Thank you.
And you not in the starting 11 today, but
no, we were squad of 16, so
yeah.
4 had to miss out, but
Right.
those 4 probably play tomorrow against the Kiwis.
Right,
So,
very good. Another, well, every game a big game.
yeah, for us, yeah, certainly. I mean, we're looking just to find our way in this, isn't it? So I suppose everyone is. It's the first game for everyone, isn't it? Got to see where you fit.
And trying to look at the strengths and weaknesses of the other teams. I mean, it's been it has been, or is really, the first inaugural tournament of the over-40s. Not many over-40 internationals as such that have taken place. So that's very nicely played. Well fielded by Brees, is it, in the mid-wicket region.
It's good. He also doubles as our fitness coach and also our tour manager.
Okay.
So Breezy's got a few hats on. Now he's just doing fielding, which he does well, actually.
Yes, I mean, he's done some excellent fielding already. That certainly saved a couple of runs.
He led the fielding yesterday, and we practiced the over-the-head catch just like that. So there'll be a fines committee looking at that later.
As that one is just down the leg side from Matthew Smart, and you call him Matthew or Matthew? What's
Smarty or Matthew?
Smarty or Matthew? Okay, yeah, I know. I think it was when I was sitting down at lunchtime. We were talking about Smarty. So it's he's in towards us again now, and that's very nicely played by Smith. But there is protection out on the boundary on the offside, which is a good fielding position within these first 15 overs. Only allowed I think it's three fielders or 2 fielders out. It looks like it must be 2, because that's also employing 2 fielders out on 2 in the first 15.
Sorry, it's Richie Brennan. Yeah, it's okay. Got 222. He wants to add 2 more to that 2. Marvelous. Powerball.
And Doug Moore now just defending into the leg side. So it's great. As I say, Sean early on talking about travelling squad with the supporters, about 35 people or so.
Yeah, that's great. We've got family and friends have come over.
Wonderful.
As many as could. I mean, they all seem to be enjoying themselves. They're all getting on well.
It's good.
It's just nice to be here, isn't it, really?
First time in South Africa, is it?
Not for me, actually.
Okay.
I was a medical student and came out here on my elective.
Oh, wonderful.
So I had 3 months out here.
Okay.
And just backpacked around the place and had a great time. So
fantastic.
Yeah, it's nice to be back.
It's great. Oh, it's good. Good to have you back. Good to have this the entire Welsh squad back. I was chatting to Brian, the scorer, at lunchtime. He was here last year for the Over-50s World Cup.
Yeah.
So it was really nice to see him again. I was commentated a couple of games for the Welsh last year. That's just
they did well, didn't they? Beat Australia, they were quite happy with, and then just narrowly lost, didn't they?
They did very well in their game. I mean, they had we were recalling the tough rain-affected match in against India when it was really a very difficult. And that was a very good delivery there from Neil Harris, rushing Carl Smith.
Dylan McPhee, actually, that one.
Dylan, sorry.
It's all right.
Listen to me.
Neil's behind the
wicket, sorry. Dylan McPhee, thank you very much.
It's okay.
And Dylan, very good.
I was going to say, without Simon up here, no one would have known any the better today.
I mean, Dylan's interesting because he'll bowl
Where's that gone? All the way along the ground there, the through mid-wicket region from Carl Smith, and he's taken that one again, bit fuller this time from Dylan McPhee, and he's put it through the mid-wicket region for 4. So that's his 3rd boundary, and he certainly means business here. And bit fortunate not to have been caught in the previous over when he didn't quite get 2-1. So you're saying about Dylan, sorry, yeah.
Oh, well,
Simon,
Dylan, he'll bowl in nets at a sort of average enough pace, and then he has an effort ball.
Okay.
That's why he's broken one guy's thumb, he's hit one rib. He's a big liability in many ways, Dylan.
That's very good fielding down here at mid-wicket. Sorry, at mid-on. Is that the captain, Gareth Edwards? Is it? No,
that's Paul. Is it Paul Hitchcock?
15 on his back. I didn't see. I don't recall seeing 15 earlier on in the day. Maybe. Paul was wearing number 11, wasn't he? Yeah.
That might be Sean actually then.
That's Sean. Okay. Oh, Mickey Martin. Sorry, Mickey Martin. Of course, yes, I got that wrong as well. He was in the bat earlier on today. Difficult conditions first up.
Yeah, we definitely talked about it, and as soon as we got here, we're like, right, we will definitely be bowling first if we get the chance. Just there was a bit of moisture there, wasn't there?
Yes, there was, and the pitch being a sort of fresh pitch, it was a bit slow earlier on.
Yeah, we talked to the club captain. He just walked past and went, "Are you playing against South Africa today?" And we said, "Oh yeah, we are." He said, "Oh well, let me tell you, you want to do the following things, and this pitch gets easier to bat on as the day goes on." And we're like, "Oh, thanks, mate." See, who we trust him? Everything he said seems about right, though. So he obviously wasn't shy of sharing a bit of information with us.
No, which is always good. I think certainly the camaraderie last year with the over-50s, and you see it again with the over-40s. I mean, it's huge. It's just great to see that everybody loves being on the field playing cricket. I mean,
we had the ceremony yesterday to open it, and they talked about it, didn't they? Said that we're mainly here to make friends and play some good cricket, but mainly make friends.
Yeah.
And I think that's spot on. And it was lovely, really. Everyone was just shaking hands, saying hi, swapping a few stories. I think we'll be meeting with the Australian and Kiwis after the game. We've got an off day on the third day, so there's talk of going out and just get to know each other a bit better, if you know what I mean.
That's wonderful, yeah. It sounds really great. I mean, some great characters from the world of cricket out here as well.
Marshall's with the Kiwis, isn't he?
Yes, Oh, that's a good delivery there outside the line of the off stump, and Kyle Smith trying to have a full go there at Matthew Smart. So,
if we're going to win this, we need to put some pressure on them early and just take a couple of quick wickets, aren't we?
Yeah, you feel that you can't let South Africa get away, can you? I mean, that's the difficult part now. I mean, that's good delivery, and he's given him. He has given him. There's that one going to hit middle and leg. One feels he walked across his stumps, trying to play it into the leg side, and very good bowling from Matthew Smart takes the first wicket for Wales, and that is South Africa losing their first wicket with the score on 23. So it's 23 for the loss of one, and that is Kyle Smith. And our producer Bandile will give us the replay of that, and I'll ask Simon just to take you through that.
Oh yeah, so Smarty's come in. He's moved, well, not early actually, but he's missed a straight one, playing round to mid-wicket there, isn't he?
Yes,
big appeal, and then a lot of pent-up frustration released from Smarty. The hard high five, and everyone's come in. Oh, honestly, we'll be relieved at least lose by 10 wickets, isn't it?
To get that wicket. Carl Smith, who had been very aggressive up front, and certainly be very happy that they have got the wicket of Carl Smith, as it's the number 3 for South Africa coming in now. Darren Bassage, who the wicket keeper, and a man who has played first-class cricket for Western Province and the Cobras in his time, has a pretty impressive first-class record. So South Africa will certainly be looking at Darren to make some runs. His first-class numbers, 36 matches, 1,828 runs. Highest score of 108 and not out, and played and 3 centuries, 9 50s in first-class cricket, and played for quite a considerable amount of time. 2003, 5-year career that he had in first-class cricket. And Darren, another left-hander.
So he gets to 100, but doesn't really go on. That's fair enough.
So
I'll test if this works. So Wales need wickets, don't they?
They do.
Really pressure on.
Absolutely.
Like last time we got a wicket. Here we go.
Yeah, it's going to be important to just keep that pressure on. I mean, South Africa earlier on, and say just seeing it from here, we're bowling in the channel, and
They
really
did.
were getting good
They
movement as
set
well.
an 8-1 field and they bowled really well to
yeah.
it. And we've talked about that at half time and said, look, this is what they did well.
Yeah.
We're going to try and be looking to
Yeah.
copy that really, because I thought early on our boys were coming back and saying, geez, I'm not sure where I was going to get the next run from.
Exactly, yeah.
But we had that middle partnership, and we managed to put a bit of pressure back on them at 110 for 4. We were thinking, oh well, get as close to 200 as we can.
And it was looking good at that stage. That's just
Nick was in and
for 1. Yeah,
he's a very aggressive batsman when he gets going, and he's got actually quite a range of shots. I mean, he got out playing the reverse sweep, so
yeah.
Yeah,
you had to feel for him. I mean, we were sitting in commentary looking at that. I think the thing was there with Owain, not I hope I pronounced that correctly, but not with him going for it and then getting out. I think that put a lot more pressure on Nick just to get the runs. That's another very good delivery.
It's in swinging Yorker from the big man. Yes, it was a shame. Owen was looking set as well, and he's just got the short ball.
Yeah,
and he said he timed it actually.
Yes, he did.
So he's timed it perfectly into that guy's hand, who didn't have to move for a second. So as soon as he hit it, he had that debate of, what chance have I got? They'll drop this.
Yeah,
and instantly realised none. Off I go.
Yeah, exactly right. And I mean, he did set himself very well.
Peter Boyce watched it all the way into his hand,
exactly,
didn't he?
Yeah. And I mean, it was the right shot to play.
It was the right shot.
It was. Yeah, it was.
He said, "I wish I'd given it just the trying it for 6 or smashed it down maybe, but he just played on instinct and played an average power and
And that was the thing.
That was one of our softer wickets, to be fair to him. I think he'd agree.
It's a difficult, and they had to stop going for it. I mean, 10 overs to go.
Yeah, it was the time to
saying it was time to start accelerated. They'd done the great job of repairing the innings and getting it back to where you had the opportunity to get somewhere. So
yeah.
And yourself, Simon, what's your speciality?
I've actually played with Nick for the past sort of 6 years. We both played for the Wales Over-40s club.
Okay.
And Wales have won our inter-district tournament about 3 times in those 6 years, and he and I seem to always bat roughly the same. Our average is always within about 2 or 3 of each other.
Okay, great.
So I'm glad he's had a good day. At least it tells me, well bowled, unlucky. He's just moved that away from the seam. I swear Dylan's got a wicket-taking ball at any point in time. He's one who I think will at some point rip through a few.
Yeah.
He's just had a bit of a rough start with the big guy.
Taking
a liking to him.
He did take a bit of a liking to him, but
he's looser now, though, isn't he?
Definitely, that's actually a very good shot, but I don't think it's going to go. No, it's commentators' curse. It will actually go down to the boundary.
Has gone
before, as Doug Moore does play a very good off drive just to the right of straight, as we're looking at it from this side, and that is a very nice shot.
Classic. Check drive, wasn't it? Beautiful. Fair play. Sometimes they just play a good shot, don't they?
They do indeed.
Well done, Dylan. The mayor of Bilford, as he's known. He'll come back now with a fast one. You watch this.
Yeah, he does, and he gets the edge. And that was a good delivery again. And just squaring Doug Moore up on that one and going past where perhaps they, first of all, though, having said that, it didn't stay in the air for that long.
No, there wouldn't have been a chance with it.
No, it wouldn't have been a chance probably, but false stroke, so good faster ball from Dylan McPhee that time. And once again.
Yeah, so we just faded away a bit at the end, so we'll need wickets to put pressure on them.
Definitely 30 for 1 at the moment, and we had a very good over the last over from Matthew Smart, just the one off it, and that's a good shout. Close. I think it might have just been pitching outside leg stump.
We are going to need to work on our appealing.
My goodness,
we should have all been up for that one.
Yeah. I mean, you'd think that you'd have a Welsh choir going for that.
Yeah. There'll be a fine for Neil behind the stumps for not going up. I'd like to see that one again.
Yeah, we will have a look at that one again. We'll ask Bandile to show that one again. So It's really good. Yeah, we got the chance to see that. Mandile's been doing a great
put
job
a little
here.
whisper in the ear that was clearly going down leg, and we don't get to see it again. And that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, I think it pitched outside leg stump
A
perhaps,
little bit,
and
yeah.
it might have hit the stumps, but not going to be given by umpire Peter Tate from Australia. Umpire Rafiq Patel it is at the other end from England, and he makes Matthew Smart look very tall. Does umpire Rafiq Patel? Just off the pad as it strays onto middle and leg. Looked like just off the pad there, and it's signalling now to be the first leg by, I think, of the innings. It is indeed.
Put the swing in.
Yeah, it did look good for a while. I mean, maybe there is a little bit of movement here with the wind coming across the ground. Not too strong a wind today. It has cooling a little bit things down a little bit, although it must be very hot out there in the middle as Bassage just comes forward to that one. And South Africa will be wise, I think, to consider what happened in the Welsh innings, particularly early on, where it was really about grinding something out, good tight bowling, not really too much to hit. And here again, we've seen that, I think, with the dismissal of Kyle Smith, is trying to manufacture something perhaps and getting himself out.
Yeah, we found it very hard to get it away. If you put it in the right areas, it doesn't come off the pitch particularly quickly. There's not a great deal of bounce in it. Nothing absolutely awful, just very hard to get away.
Yeah.
The South African fielding was brilliant as well.
Yeah.
I have to say that.
They
threw themselves around, and one of our openers tried to run a second one, turned, saw a fine leg, I think it was, without the ball in his hand, set off to jog the second one. And it was the opening bowler who promptly pinged it in right above the stumps. He had to dive in the end. He said, that was a moment of increasing panic as we realised these guys have got gun arms. And when you're over 40, arms are one of the things that goes.
Absolutely. And it was certainly a feature of their effort that both in the field and with the ball, they looked particularly sharp.
Ooh.
And that one not coming on at all. To Bassage, and he's just a false stroke, playing a bit too early on that one.
Yeah, we did him for lack of pace, didn't we?
Yes, he did rather. And that's been a feature of the wicket as well, though. It's not coming onto the bat at all.
Yeah, if you're going to drive on this wicket, you've got to be right over it.
You do.
So if you can put it in, that nasty little just short of drive line, just
there,
exactly there.
Just there, yes, exactly.
Then I think you're going to be very hard to score off. And if we could put, I mean, as South Africa did, I mean, what were we? We were about sort of 40 off 20 overs and like that. And they put several. What were we?
You were 35 for 4 after 20 overs.
Yes, not quite 40.
Yeah, not quite 40. So
and their early bowlers put it in good areas, didn't they?
They did. They bowled exceptionally good areas. I think the testament to that the opening pair, I mean, had only gone before. It was 14. It was 10 for 3 after 8, 14 for 3 after the first 10. So it was a very difficult start for the Welsh batters this morning.
Yeah, it wasn't the start we were looking for. They just shaped a couple away to nick off 2 of our top 3, and took a very good catch to remove our other opener. Yeah, we put ourselves a bit under the pressure. That's got to be out. Come on.
It's a very good shout, and Peter Tate once again. He's not giving anything today, Peter Tate, at all. That looked very adjacent. We'll see if we can have a bit of a look at this one. The umpire's hat might be in the way.
Fines committee are watching this with a view to. Oh, that's out.
That looks very, very adjacent. The only issue might have been height, but it's been a bit a bit low from this side. Yeah. No, it has been. That looks very good shout from here, I must be said.
I think that is certainly a massive fine for our keeper for not just screaming his lungs off with our opening bowler. I think quite right to give that a shout, I reckon.
It was definitely no question at all. I think we do. They just got bat on that. That was another one that would have been. Very
good fielding.
Yeah, very good fielding down there, stopping what would be a certain boundary, and they get through for 2.
Has he Chinese cut that?
He did just. I think it went down. I think it went down leg. I think he got inside it maybe and just got his bat down in time. So it wasn't a convincing shot by any means by Dugmore, and he hasn't looked that comfortable out there, Warren Dugmore. No boundaries yet to his name.
Cool. Yeah, great.
34 for the loss of 1.
Because you know who's coming up. Okay.
Cool. Yeah,
That's great.
Bringing Dylan's son.
That's nicely played into the covers. Good fielding at backward point. There's been a very good over this one so far from Dylan McPhee. And it's great to have Simon Holliday here with me, a member of the Welsh team, one of the reserves for today. And it's great to have the Welsh team, as it is to have the other teams here with us, as that's played by Doug Moore. A little bit short this time from McPhee, and he manages to pierce the square boundary on the leg side, and that's his first boundary.
I suppose that's the thing on this pitch, isn't it? If you pitch in the right area, very hard to get away. You can't really drive it and doesn't get up very much.
Yeah.
If you pitch it short, it's slow.
Yeah.
And although it doesn't get up much, it's still slow.
Yeah.
If you ever pitch it, that's, I guess, what if I were batting, I'd be looking for. Really
Exactly.
Try and crunch a few drives.
And that's, as you say, you certainly notice that, and it's funny enough, that's a feature of the pitches that the first-class teams have been playing on at Newlands, not just this season, but for a number of seasons, where it's actually the square there isn't the fastest square. I mean, the groundsman did some good work on that to make it a bit quicker for the SA20, but towards the end of the competition, once again, it was going back to its normal sort of characteristics.
Do you think pitches around here are normally just a bit?
They are, yes.
Are they spinners or seamers pitches, would you say? Again, we need this information.
It depends. I mean, I think both can get, both seamers and spinners. I think it's really about getting it in the right place. So somebody like, for example, we talk about a Vernon Philander quite a lot here, because he's one of obviously the legendary players that came out of the Western Cape for South Africa. But line and length was his forte.
Yeah.
And he used to get movement, so you can get the movement, and that again is too short, and that's been played and dealt with handsomely by the batter and but we have got a change of bowling. It is Paul Hitchcott. Paul Hitchcott it is that's coming in replacing Matthew Smart.
Yeah, we had the brothers batting together today, didn't we?
Yes, we did indeed have the brothers batting
and then
together.
We were all saying how hilarious it would be if there was a run out, and 2 balls later, what happened?
It's unfortunate. From that point of view, that was a really very, very unlucky run out.
I don't think that's anybody's particularly doing. That's
no.
Adam backing up and I thought the ball did very well to remember to take the stump out. I think
he did.
Form on them, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. I mean, he fell on the stumps. I mean, we were chatting a bit about that with Adam actually at lunch, he was sitting at the table, and he was just saying how it was very difficult because and that's just in the gap. It looked like it might have been going to mid wicket for a minute, didn't it? Just with the the visuals here, error of parallax or something, bit of inhalation of air.
Oh, it's an easy gap. Oh no way.
Yeah, just unfortunately there, just through square leg and another single to the South African captain. That's going to be Bassage again now on strike for South Africa. His first boundary. 2 balls earlier, and that's another one that is going to go out to the square leg region, well fielded in the deep, and there will only be yet another single. So 7 off the over from Paul Hitchcott.
I think we found that batsman's strength and we're exploiting it.
So 6 off the over. Sorry, apologies. Yeah,
just need to pitch up a little bit more to that chap, I reckon.
Definitely.
What's his name? Bassage.
Yeah, Bassage. Yeah.
No, wait, Doug Moore's
Darren Bassage. Yeah, Doug Moore's also. He played that one through the leg side earlier. I think anything short on this wicket is going to get punished.
Yeah,
you say,
I totally agree. I think we had a few overs where they just sort of been squeezing us so hard they decided to try a thing, bowling a few short balls, which actually just raised the pressure for us, didn't it? Nick,
it did.
Nick crunched a couple of good balls there,
and
we got up and running.
Nick batted exceptionally well. I think he saw out
the first 50 of the World
Cup.
Well,
we don't know yet. No, I'm not sure. I've been trying to see what the other scores were. I mean, certainly He will hold the record as being the first Welsh batter to score a 50 in an over-40s World Cup. I mean, that they can never take away from him.
No one can deny him that.
Absolutely right. So
it just leaves the first century for the rest of us, doesn't it?
That's right. It does.
Or probably
absolutely.
Nick, if I know Nick, actually. I mean, if I were him, I'd be just delighted with how it all went. He came off, of course, miserable that he'd given it away.
I'm sure.
And he thought he might have got a century.
As all batters do.
Yeah,
whenever
never
they're
enough,
out.
is it?
No, it's never enough. You just want to stay out in the middle all the time.
Yeah.
And we're going to have another change of bowling from the Signal Hill end of the ground here at this beautiful ground here at Greenpoint, and it's the skipper on, Gareth Edwards, number 13 on his back, a man who played a lot of cricket in Glamorgan for the second 11 and is straight away on the money. Exactly, and we are expecting spin to play a role here, definitely.
Yeah, I thought their spinners were all good. There was the opening spinner had a lot of variety in him.
He did, yes,
and put some beautiful balls past our batsmen there. Even when they were in, he put balls past us. Although, it's hard to do that as a spinner, really, to bowl that unplayable ball. I think you just try and get people off balance, really, as a spinner is the main thing. I mean, Gareth was the second spinner for Glamorgan at a time when Robert Croft sort of just
unfortunate for him, wasn't it? Yes,
wasn't he? So he's lucky not to have played more.
And that's a very good shot, but it should get just through for two. It will get they're coming back. Oh, they are coming back for the third. Yes, so good running from the South Africans, a good chase out in the field, but unfortunately not able to prevent that coming through for two. Is that Matthew Smart that chased that? I'm just trying to get my handle on the numbers. Difficult to tell.
No, that wasn't Smart. That was.
No, it wasn't Smart. No. Anyway, I'll get there.
Hitchcock, was it?
Could have been number.
Oh, Mikey, is it?
Mikey. Okay. Mikey Martin that chased that one out to.
It's good that I've come here to tell you who everyone is.
It is number 10. I'll have to check my numbers here. I have written them down somewhere. I can start to get used to the players. Not there that I wrote them down. Put them on here. Oh, Dylan McPhee. Sorry, Dylan down here. In front of us, So that's our long on position.
You're welcome.
Got to tell with the hats on as well. You. Yeah, no problem at all. Always try and pick out the different players, but it's again good bowling from the captain Gareth Edwards, and it's going to be drinks at the end of 10 overs here. And South Africa have moved on to 49 for the loss of 1. And they are going to take a drink. It's a hot day here at Greenpoint Cricket Club, but it is wonderful to be able to bring you this broadcast here from cameras of Pitch Vision, and producer here, Bandila, cameraman on the roving camera, Pat, and our scorer, Zoe. It's great to have Simon Holliday from the Welsh team here in the commentary box with me. And Simon, a good first 10 overs for South Africa, 49 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, they'd be happy, wouldn't they, with that? We could have taken an earlier catch. We could have maybe just we thought if we could get 2-3 wickets.
Yes.
Just to say, if you stuff up, then we might be on top here.
Yeah.
So we'll need to take early wickets again after this. Captain's probably going to be as aggressive as he can with that while still being sensible.
Yes, I think important. I mean, you had to take early wickets, and you want to make sure that you do give yourself the opportunity to take the wickets, and by keeping a reasonably attacking field. But it's difficult if you have got a small total to defend. Sometimes, how do you go about that, though?
Yeah, I mean, it would be great if we could stick a few maidens in a row, isn't it?
Yes.
That always gets in my head as a batsman if I just haven't scored for a while.
Yeah.
And this is a pitch where it can be done.
Definitely.
I know Owine's hit 30 batting. He's a good swing bowler, so I suspect he'll come on, and he's got good control because he used to spend all his time playing cricket. Owen would play at St Fagans in West Wales and then go over to Australia and do 6 months there and then St Fagans. So he had the life of Riley when he was younger. And then James Breeze, who batted at 5.
Yes.
He's been turning them really well in this, actually. He's a finger spinner. So I suspect he's bowled some unplayable balls. When, all finger spins.
Yes, absolutely.
There's the odd one that doesn't go exactly where he wants it.
This wicket, it's proven to be, certainly in the South Africans were bowling, and particularly towards the back end of the innings, it made it very difficult for the Welsh players to score. It just was hard to get. You just can't, if you've got pace, at least you can work it.
We were praying they brought the opening bowlers on, even though we thought they did a really good spell.
They did, but at least then you would have had something. I mean, watching Adam Hitchcock out there was, he was almost hoping that they would bring from a Welsh point of view, they would bring the pacers back on, because you could see that he was able to work the ball around, but you just didn't have any pace to work with at all.
Yeah, Adam got a few singles, didn't he? But I'm sure he was looking for one to pump over extra cover. Yes. We never quite got one of those either, to be fair to them.
No, not really. I mean, there weren't, and there wasn't really anything much to hit in that area.
No, the spin bowlers came on and they just put it in the right areas, the right pace, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Even when we had a free hit, didn't we? Had our first free hit of it.
Unfortunately,
I thought that was a very brave ball. He gave it a bit of extra loop.
He did.
Put it in just the right area, and then we're back foot and trying to punch off the back foot for a free hit.
And that made it very difficult because there had been nothing really off the back foot at all. And from this end as well, there's a patch somewhere there that it actually bounces a bit.
Yeah,
more.
We had just a few of them pop because it
did
sort of
pop
dips in the middle of this wicket. So we're wondering which end might pop. And the answer was definitely the other end.
Yeah.
It's going to try for 2 here, isn't it?
They're not going to get there. It's some good fielding out in the deep, and that's
for them.
Once again, that's Mickey Martin there, out there, number 15. So some good fielding out in the deep, and going to be Hitchcock again. Paul Hitchcock coming in towards us from the promenade end.
Ooh.
And that's a full toss that's going to be played straight out to the man. That is Martin, and unfortunately he knocks it on slightly, and that's going to be back for 2 as just that slight knock on, and made to pay for that by the 2 batters as South Africa moved, in fact with the first ball of that over, moved to their 50. So 50 off 10.1 overs, so going at
it's agile
5
for a
and
big
over.
man, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's better. That's where it needs to be, isn't it?
Yeah, and Adam Hitchcock there just was always going to concede the single, but just getting around and making sure it's no more than that. And, as
lovely up here. It's really nice. Do you want a hand here? Just gonna go and
sure.
We've got another special guest.
That's wonderful. Yeah, we're looking forward to that.
Our team mascot, as Eli is.
Fantastic. That's wonderful.
He's with
Thank
his
you.
dad, Greg Fisher.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you,
It's
Simon.
lovely talking with you.
To chat with you again. Yes.
And obviously, we've got them right where we want them. We're doing something like a tactic called lull and kill.
Yes.
We've got them right where we want them now.
Absolutely.
We'll go from lull phase to kill phase.
There we go.
Few overs.
False sense of security
Oh,
built there,
100%.
definitely. So
They should be feeling very false secure.
thank you so much, Simon.
That's me.
Much appreciated.
Oh, that's right. That's solid. That's like metal.
Sit with me. You're doing so well. You're just going to probably climb through this.
There we go.
Go.
Right, that's just played in to the offside by Dugmore, and South Africa are moving on. Dugmore 20 now, 31. Bassage 14 off 22, and we're just waiting for a bit of a change in the commentary box here, as we've got a special guest coming in to chat to us here, and we'll be getting that sorted out, as we do have an extra fielder on the ground here. Looks like a golden retriever, just moving from mid on to mid off there, and it's going to be Edwards to continue here and is going to be bowling now. It is 54 for 1 after 11 overs, and Edwards just outside the line of the off stump, and a bit of turn on that one, moving away from the left-hander, and the tall frame of Gareth Edwards coming away from us again here at the
You're almost there now.
at the Signal Hill end. Oh, we're nearly there. There we go. We've got, as I say, our special guest arriving here into the commentary box. It's a difficult climb here up to our position, and
Is he right there now?
Youngster's done very well.
Have a seat if you like.
Yeah, he's fine.
Thank you so much.
Right.
Good work there in the field, and we've got. You're right.
Right, come on
There
up.
we go.
Eli, you take this seat here
Down
next to this lovely
I'm
man.
James. Yeah.
You like to sit in my lap? Okay?
Hi.
Why,
All
man?
right.
Get on, do.
So I've got Eli joining me here, and
Yeah.
his dad. Hi, Eli.
One touch, yeah.
That's great. You're right. There we go.
I
Hey, Eli, bluebirds.
Wonderful. That's fantastic.
I'll run read you.
Wonderful.
Go on, Greg.
Dad's going to be coming up here now. Greg Fisher,
Dad, love.
part of the team. Oh. And that's in the air. He's taken it. What a brilliant catch. Diving to his left. That is amazing fielding there from the Welsh fielder. We'll get the number for you now. And there's Tim Hemp who took that, number 4. Brilliant catch. Sorry. Hi, I've got Greg Fisher here with me, and Eli Fisher. And wonderful. It's fine. You're right. You're gonna. Is he okay there? Going to join us here as that wicket falls, and that is Darren Bassage, who is caught by Tim Hemp.
boys. Long kill.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Afternoon. Only a pleasure. Great to have you with us,
Thank you so
Greg
much.
and Eli. And yeah, so
Out.
yes, he was out.
He was
a
out,
good
yeah.
wicket for the Welsh. That was, eh? Eli was a fantastic wicket there, taking a great catch by Tim Hemp. Just was diving in the air, jumped up and took that catch brilliantly. And we'll ask the producer,
You are.
Bandile, will show us that wicket again, Eli, so you can have another look at it. So we've got Eli and Greg Fisher up here. Really privileged to have you here with us.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you
Absolute
for joining
honour.
us. No, it's wonderful to have the Welsh team here, and really good. Once again, last year had the over-50s team. This year now the inaugural over-40s World Cup, and wonderful to have your whole group of people out here, and to have yourself and Eli join us here in the commentary box.
Thank you so much, and it's an absolute privilege to be here, I think, to represent Wales in over-40s and to bring my family along. I think that's the most important part. You know, I think we got Eli's the most proudest moment of my life, him being the mascot for Wales and walking the team out and being there as present at the toss.
Fantastic.
You know, that's what dreams are made of, and I think Eli's found it amazing so far.
You enjoyed it so far, Eli?
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Yeah, and what's been your favourite thing as we just watched that clip? Yeah,
Cricket.
Cricket.
cricket. Okay.
The thumb up.
Sorry?
Thumb up.
Yeah? You like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thumb up and
And the batter. And being your mummy as well?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
And I think,
Wonderful.
you know, he's quite well known with South Wales Cricket,
Yeah.
so a big shout out to South Wales Cricket Association that will be watching us, and obviously my home club, Gysainen.
Right.
But yeah, so absolute, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going down.
Not yet, we won't go down
Okay.
yet. Just speak to the gentleman, okay?
Yeah, so it's great, and we believe you've got a very important message that you want to share with us.
Yes, we have, yeah. After this ball has been bowled.
Yeah, that's just played down to mid-on, and no
I
addition
need
to the
20,
score.
please.
You know, I think from my perspective, having Eli, you know, he's 11 years old with Down syndrome, living and being integrated in that kind of normal society. And I think it's an absolute privilege to see that, and how everything's inclusive and everything just makes him feel part of, you know, being part of something really special. We got a charity that we set up in memory, well, not in memory, but when Eli was born, we set a charity called Hands Up for Downs,
Okay.
which we got 60 children now with the charity. We do a lot of fundraising with speech and language therapy. We do a lot of sport inclusion stuff, helps with mobilities.
and it's just an absolute honour, you know. And from my perspective, you know, just to represent the Hands Up for Downs Association and having Eli here, you know, it's phenomenal. It's phenomenal.
It's wonderful. Thank you, Greg. That is, it really is a privilege for us to be having you here, and for you and your family and Eli to be here, and the entire Welsh contingent, and wonderful that you have taken this initiative and really working, as it's so important, as you say, from a sort of normalized point of view, to make sure that that it is these type of situations are normalized within society.
Absolutely, yeah.
So really appreciate you chatting with us, and having Eli up here is great, and it's very good. And have you ever been to South Africa before?
No, this is the first time for
okay.
South Africa. Yes. We found it. We're going to do the safari now in a couple of days.
Oh, wonderful.
So I think that's going to be a nice honour, and you know, Eli's going to like that. I think you see the lions, boy, now. Want to see the lions? Yes, you do. You
I
want to see
think
the
so.
lions.
Yeah.
They're not too scary.
Yeah, but probably see me.
I'm not teasing you.
Yeah, but there, at least you're going to be in this nice car or a safari vehicle looking at the lions, eh?
And the giraffes?
Yeah. Oh, the giraffes are very nice.
Yes.
Eh?
You like
Yeah.
giraffes?
Yeah.
I
That's
love them.
fantastic.
You love them?
Yeah, giraffes are one of my favorite, the giraffes. Yeah, with those big long necks, and then you must see how they eat
Get in there.
their dinner. They eat the
Oh, wow.
leaves, from
Yeah.
there, and they just eat them so high up in the trees that they can eat from.
Wow.
Nobody else can get there, except maybe the elephants with their trunks.
Huh?
Eh?
Have you seen elephants?
Ah,
Yeah.
Right.
So it's we really do
Wrinkle down.
hope you can
Okay,
you
we'll
do
put
that,
that
and
down.
so wonderful to hear about your charity, Hands Up for Downs,
Hands Up for
and
Downs.
certainly we'll mention that once again on
Super.
the air, and we hope that with this broadcast as well, and whatever you will be doing here in South Africa, and spreading the word around Down syndrome, and just the opportunities that you have to really make people realize that it's something that should be seen as being normal and normalized in society
Absolutely.
is very important. So
He
we
puts a
feel the
smile on
best.
so many faces, and I think that's so important. You know, he touches so many lives, and I think that's the most important part. You know, and that's what we want to do. You know, we want to represent that. You know, and I think it's all about being happy and being present and being inclusive. And I think every time you see him, he puts a smile on people's faces. So, thank you for giving us the honour to speak today. And it's a beautiful country in South Africa, so thank you.
Well, it's only a privilege, and we wish you all the best. Certainly put a smile on my face. It's been wonderful to have you here, Eli.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Oh
Say
my
thank you to the
God.
gentleman.
Eh?
God.
Do not. He's got this joke going on with Bluebirds, so I'm a big Swansea
Okay.
City fan, and
Okay, right.
they all wind
Okay.
him up. But
No.
Bluebirds is Cardiff City, so it's all
Yeah.
rival.
Yeah.
Oh,
So yeah, so he thinks it's quite funny to wind
Okay.
his dad. Yeah.
Yeah. What did he do there? Tell us.
He does. Nick Morgan does Bluebirds to wind me up, doesn't
Does
he?
he? Oh, okay.
Yeah, one of our players. He lives in Cardiff.
Well,
So
my sort of what's it, nom de plume on my is the Cape Fox, because I'm a Leicester City supporter.
wow,
So
okay.
born in Leicester. So I call myself the Cape Fox. So which has a two prong, because I love wildlife as well. So there is an animal called a Cape Fox
Right. Okay.
as well, which is endemic to South Africa, and yeah, they're quite a rare sort of quite a rare species. Oh, that's a great delivery! My goodness, can't. That was a beauty from Captain Gareth Edwards. What a fantastic over there!
Yeah.
That really has been outstanding. I don't think it was a maiden over, I think. So yeah, but as I say, and then the other one being with Leicester City with the Foxes. So
Yeah.
and we've playing in the same division as Swansea, of course, this year.
Absolutely, yeah.
Championship. So
I think we
Yeah.
lost twice against them. I think.
I don't know if we played you a second. We have played you a second time. I
Yeah.
can't remember now, but yeah, all good. So yes, sports lovers everywhere.
Absolutely.
Yeah, love our cricket. We love our football.
Do you-
That's good.
Do you want to say a big shout out to your grandfather, George
Yeah.
Fisher,
Yeah.
back in Gassina watching us?
Yeah.
So say, I love you, Gramps.
We go. Talk
Say-
nicely into there for me.
Hey, I love you, Gramps.
There we go.
One of two perhaps.
Goodbye.
Wow, that was lovely.
Thank you so much again.
No, it's only a pleasure, and as I say, wish you all the best for the rest of your trip and your visit, and hope you see lots of lovely animals when you go on your safari, and enjoy the cricket. Lovely to meet you. All right, we'll give you a fist bump. There we go.
Thank you. So,
Okay.
Thank you.
thank you,
Thank you so
gentlemen.
much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Back. Welcome down.
Yeah.
I guess Simon, that's
It's played nicely there. Yes. Well, it's really a privilege having Greg and Eli Fisher here with us in the commentary box and talking about the charity Hands Up for Downs. So please, if you are listening and are interested in getting to know more about the charity, please look that up. And looking after 60 children, and really is a fantastic initiative. It's been shared with us, and we wish them all the best for the rest of their trip here in South Africa. First time in this country, and it is wonderful to have them with us. As it's well played, this by Nathan Jones out into the offside, and you haven't missed it too much here. We will, when we get the chance, we will also show you again if Bandila can do that. He can't do that for us now. The wicket, no. Okay, it's a bit. We can't show you that unfortunately, but it's that's a really wide one, unfortunately, from Paul Hitchcock. Saw what he was trying to do there, perhaps to shape it away a bit from Warren Dugmore, but Dugmore will not even be able to reach that one as it goes wide outside the off stump. South Africa 64 for 2 after 14.4 overs. So batting at over 4 and over has been a little bit of a slowdown since the wicket fell, but that should help down to the leg side. It's well fielded. It's been well fielded there in the deep by Michael Martin, and there is just the single. So Jones on strike now for South Africa. He's on 3 off 8 deliveries. Hitchcock into him. That's pitched up, and that's nicely played to the left of the captain at mid off, and they go through for a single. Sure, it will be Edwards again to continue the bowling. It looks like Hitchcock is going to be coming off. Paul Hitchcock is walking quite gingerly here towards the change room area. Looks like a 12th man is going to be coming on for him. So he's Edwards, who's bowled 3 overs for 6 runs, just getting that wicket in the 12th over of the innings of Darren Bassage, who was caught brilliantly by Tim Hemp, diving to his left at a shortish mid-on position, and really was an outstanding catch. The ball played in the air, and just apologise a little bit for a bit of movement you might be seeing on the screen. We're just position up here as it's Edwards in again, and that's played over the man at mid-on by Nathan Jones, and that's going to go down to the boundary here in front of us, to the right of us for 4, and that's a good shot by Nathan Jones. That'll be his first boundary, and really was really a good shot coming forward and playing in the V. That's what we've been talking about quite a bit today, about being able to play in the V and being able to get the ball back past the bowler rather than trying to play the ball across the line. Just playing straight is very, very important, as it's Edwards in again, and he's just perhaps not quite sure what he pulled up for. There was something wrong there. He didn't quite have his field right, I don't think. Just making a couple of changes here. Nathan Jones on strike. Jones playing that last ball down to the long on position, and it is now a long on. That man was at mid on, should I say, now at long on, and I'm joined once again by Steve. Steve's been doing some fantastic work getting people up and down the scaffolding, and it's another good single for Nathan Jones, and he moves on to 9 with that shot.
Steve's also managed to get back up the scaffolding,
Yes.
I think, for the last time today. The next time I
We're
go
not
down, I
moving.
think we will be exiting.
It'll be for good after that, yeah. So it could well be 71 for 2 South Africa now, as it's Dugmore on strike, and Edwards getting some nice purchase outside the off stump.
Yes, very tight. You can see he's played at a high level and been there and thereabouts in his career. Just teasing him outside the off stump, just tossing it up. I think bowling it slightly slowly, so it's not really purchasing like it did this morning for Ridwan Williams.
No, it's not hasn't quite perhaps got as much in it as Williams did, but say he's giving it a bit of variation as well. That one a bit quicker. It's going to be interesting to see how Dugmore does deal with it. We saw Bassage just not quite get to that one and just pop it up with an excellent catch by Hemp here at this shortish, but it goes to him again now. Hemp just off the square. He is, and he fielded that exceptionally well. It was really an outstanding catch that he took to dismiss Bassage.
To be fair to Edwards, I mean, he does have figures of 1 for 11, and this is the last ball of his 4th over, so I think it speaks for itself.
It does, and he's only conceded the 1 boundary, which was in this over, and that was an outstanding delivery. Once again, he has the captain reaching for it outside the off stump.
We've sensed a couple of batsmen just being caught in the crease today. I guess it's the nerves, first game in a World Cup, a bit of turn and bounce, and guys aren't using their feet, obviously, just being careful, circumspect in day one, and playing from the crease. Nice bit of bowling there from Edwards.
That was some outstanding bowling so far from Edwards, and just to give you an indication, as Steve has said already, Gareth Edwards now has taken 1 for 11 off his 4 overs, backed up exceptionally well by Matthew Smart, also 4 overs and 1 for 11, and Dylan McPhee 4 overs, 0 for 26, Paul Hitchcott 4 overs, 0 for 22. Hitchcott, who is off the field at the moment after bowling those 4 overs. So we are going to see a change of bowling, which I think we could expect, and it is going to be the man that we had Simon Holliday talking about earlier on. It is going to be Owen Hopkins, who's going to be bowling from the promenade end of the ground, and he has the Adam Zampa look going there at the moment with the sort of, what's that, the Alice band or sweatband? I don't know what you call it.
I think he must have turned 40 this year, James.
He must have done. I don't have enough hair even to try and think about doing that.
So let's call it one of the youngsters on the field today.
Like one of the youngsters on the field today, Owen Hopkins, and talking earlier on was Simon Holliday about James Breese, who's also their fitness coach and fielding coach of the team. And a lot of work happening in the background for them as he's in for his first delivery as Hopkins. It's just played nicely by Jones out into the leg side, and they're coming back for 2, and that's excellent running, it must be said, by the South Africans, backing up their good work in the field earlier on with some really good running, as that one went out to Breeze, who's on the deep square leg boundary, and he was in quickly but couldn't prevent the 2.
Judging by the physio's bench this afternoon, the South African physios haven't had a minute off, and on day 1 of the tournament ominous signs, as we have a couple of weeks ahead of us of tough cricket for the boys.
So the people who might be the most tired tonight are going to be the physios.
I think Mr. Dugmore there, Warren Dugmore, the South African captain, after that cheeky 2, he may also have to find a way there, but later on.
So just another single there to Nathan Jones. He moves to a 12 and 27 it is now, and with losing that second wicket with the score on, it was 54, it was for 2. I'll check that now for you, just to get an idea of what happened there. It's Breeze again, it's Hopkins again, and this time Dugmore just eases it nicely out into the offside, and that is same fielder who did the work at square leg for the right-hander. It's James Breeze out on the boundary there.
Doug Moore looking in complete control now as he just eases that through the covers.
Yeah.
The South African captain, a former first-class player, one of the several first-class players in the side today.
He's he survived a couple of anxious moments against Gareth Edwards just outside the off stump, but again a very good two, taking on the fielder here at this third man, and just wasn't played. It was played with very soft hands by Nathan Jones, and called immediately through for the one, and he turned very quickly to come through for the second, as it was down here
certainly
on the man boundary.
Deliberate intensity in the South African lineup today, whether it's been with ball in hand, bat, or in the field. I think they've set very high standards for themselves, and so far so good, certainly living up to it. And I'm sure they'll be very proud of what they've done so far on day one in this Cricket World Cup.
Definitely have been exceptionally good so far, all-round performance from South Africa. Good toss to win this morning. We know that both Wales and South Africa would have bowled first. South Africa winning the toss and bowling first. And that's played again down to third man. But third man this time has that's Dylan McPhee has come in off the boundary a little bit. He returns that into Neil Harris, who is keeping wicket for Wales today. End of the over from Owen Hopkins, and it was the South Africa now moved to 78 for 2 after 17 overs, and losing, to say, that second wicket with the score on 54.
Just noticed on the side of my eye, a couple of local legends also coming through this door this afternoon. A couple of ambassadors of the Veterans Cricket South Africa. One Billy Stelling, of course, a local Boland hero, and then Brett Schultz, probably the most frightening sight in the history of Sri Lanka. Probably early 90s, I think it was.
That's right. 9 he took. I think it was 7, or it was 7. I think it was, or was it 9 wickets he took? 9 for.
I think he took 22 in 2 or 3 tests.
Yes, he did. It was wickets. Incredible performance from him. I'm just trying. His bowling analysis. He literally ripped them apart. And he was a fearsome sight. A man also hailing from the Eastern Cape.
Absolutely. I think Stirling Primary and Kingswood College. And then, I don't think there was a batsman in the world on that day that would have been up to facing him. I just remember the Sri Lankans. It was a very informal environment. It was our first tour, I think, there.
Yes, I think
I think, we really thought on that day that, if it was not hospital, it could have been worse.
Yes, certainly, as Jones just eases that one down. Brett Schultz, yes, one of the 5 ambassadors, playing ambassadors that we have, or former cricketers that are here, not all here at Greenpoint today, but here in South Africa, that part of the expressing the cause and this tournament is bringing. It really is great to have such luminaries in the world of South African sport and cricket that are supporting this. Last year it was the late Mike Proctor who was here for the Over-40s tournament, and really cannot say enough about Mike Proctor and just how incredible he was, not just as a cricketer but an ambassador for South African sport over the years.
On all accounts, a fantastic human being, and someone who stood up for what he believed, and in many ways really put South Africa in a very good light in a very trying time as well.
One can't actually sort of say enough about his contribution to South African cricket, and as you say, Steve, just a man who highly principled and really did as much, if not more, than anybody of his era to be able to say, make South African cricket what it is today.
The stories are legendary around Mike, and apart from all of that, what a fantastic cricketer.
Incredible.
One of our true greats.
Very, very sad to hear of his sudden passing over this past weekend. And the tributes have been pouring in, and none more poignant, I felt, than the one yesterday that I read from the KwaZulu-Natal Cricket Union in their press release, which was really an outstanding tribute to the man. So
A golden era.
Yeah, was indeed a golden era. A man who was known throughout the world. I mean, played cricket in so many countries. I mean, for Gloucestershire, or they called Proctorshire, over the years.
Yeah.
Played for them for many years.
Running in during World Series cricket.
That's right,
in
World
the
Series
Rebel
cricket.
era with Kerry Packer.
Absolutely.
At a time where South Africa, of course, was banned from international cricket.
Right, and then having played, he did play in one of the Rebel Series tours. In fact, I believe he captained South Africa, I think, in that series against England in 1982, the England Rebel Tour. But having come back into international cricket, was the first coach of the South African team.
That is correct.
Took them to the World Cup, and then also into their first post-isolation test match against the West Indies, and a few series after that, as it's Owen Hopkins again from the promenade end. So really cannot speak too highly of Mike Proctor as the man and Mike Proctor as the cricketer. And really was again a poignant moment this morning as both teams, and in fact everybody around the ground here stood for a minute's silence in his honour.
Focus back on Dugmore, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a sort of quiet period. South Africa have done the majority of the hard work. They need 39 more runs to secure a victory. 8 wickets in hand, so it would seem a bit of a doddle, but the job had to be done. Yeah. They've been on it since ball 1. I think we both agree it was a good toss to win and settle the boys, getting out the entire squad into the field. And since then, really can't say enough about the disciplines. I think the few extras, the areas they bowled, the fielding, and of course now the batting display this afternoon.
Yeah, it has been, if one can call this professional. I mean, it is very much just to give you, and Steve, I think you can probably fill in the gaps here for me on this one. But the over-40s cricket and the tournament this tournament, and very much what's happening around the world. I mean, virtually every single one of these players here has another life. They don't just play cricket. So it's really fantastic. I mean, very much an amateur tournament.
That looks really good. It's just a matter of, is it pitching in line?
Yeah, he was in bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. Could probably have been outside the leg stump, and they just go through for another leg by. And that probably the only thing that could have saved him there. I think they looked very adjacent.
Yeah, hitting him on the back leg.
I'm going to have a look at it now as on the replay.
Let's just observe how wide he comes from the crease. Now he gets in fairly close. Yeah, it certainly looks, if you can see it just outside the batsman's leg there, you can see that it's pitched just outside the leg stump.
Yeah, so
good decision by the umpire.
It was indeed. Umpire Rafiq Patel looks, he's been pretty much on the money, hasn't been afraid to give decisions today.
All the way from England, and yes, he has been sure of his decision making so far today. Peter Tate, of course, the Australian. Yeah. He was here for the Over-50 World Cup. I can assure you he's quite the character. He's more than likely to grab the mic later and take over. And there will be a good time had by all. I can tell you, if you're in the region of Greenpoint Cricket Club in Mooley Point this afternoon, please do pop by and enjoy us for a cold beverage sponsored by Devil's Peak. Come meet some of the players and some of the families that have travelled a long way to be here with us in Cape Town for this inaugural Over-40 Cricket World Cup.
Absolutely wonderful to have everyone here, and we've been speaking to a number now of the Welsh squad. Wonderful to have Sean Morris.
Sean
Morris, yes, earlier on with Simon Holliday, and then Greg Fisher with his son Eli, talking about their charity foundation, Hands Up for Downs, and 60 children that they are supporting, their 60 Down syndrome children, and really wonderful to have him and Eli up here in the commentary position.
I can only say, I mean, Eli, he displayed great bravery in his efforts to come and join us up here, to come and spend a few minutes up here in the commentary box. I think he really enjoyed the vantage point, and then obviously also great bravery in getting himself back down again.
Yeah, it was really wonderful to have him here. What a wonderful young man, and his father just supporting him all the way as Dugmore tries to play that one against the spin, and just kicking a little bit and not able to make contact. That's not really a percentage shot on this wicket.
Exactly, dragging it from a fair distance outside the off stump. No pace on the ball and turning away. Looking probably there to only chop it on or maybe get a top edge. and immediately look at that experience, straighter, fuller, and quicker.
Exactly. Edwards has been outstanding, it must be said. And once again, he's in his 6th over, 1 for 13, and he has been by far the pick of the bowlers. Him and Matthew Smart, must be said, also bowled well to begin with. Good lines and lengths from the tall seamer, and just don't have enough to defend, you feel, at Wales at the moment. Into the 20th over. We'll be taking a drink after this over. Has been a good comeback from Wales after that wicket. Nathan Jones looking a very industrious batter, certainly for me. I haven't seen him before. You probably know a lot more about him, Steve.
Look, I got the feel that we came out with Smith. He was always going to be the aggressor, looking to really play his shots and take on the power play and the new ball. Then Darren Bassage, of course, first-class cricketer, many first-class hundreds, more circumspect, more orthodox.
Yes.
And again, as you say now, certainly having a look. Also spending some time in the cricket. There's nothing to in the middle.
Yes.
Nothing to gain from coming in now, trying to hit a couple of big ones and getting out. It's a long tournament ahead. Let's get 20, 30 balls behind your name, get yourself a nod out, win by 8 wickets, and then you've ticked your boxes for today.
Absolutely right. And that's exactly what is required from the South Africans. And they've moved to 84 for the loss of 2. And we will be giving you a bit of a message, and then we'll be taking a break for drinks, and we'll be back on the other side of this from Steve.
Greenpoint Cricket Club and, of course, Cape Town and South African veterans are very proud to be bringing you the first over-40 Cricket World Cup in South Africa. We always allude to the fact that we couldn't do this without the support of our sponsors and partners. Of course, we thank Somke Tourism, Event Services, Devil's Peak, Vata 24, and Pitch Vision. To thank them once again for their input and allowing us to have this broadcast here today. And to all of you watching, whether you're close by or around the country or around the world, enjoy this Cricket World Cup with us, and look forward to seeing some of you down in the later stages of this tournament as things heat up. All right, good afternoon and welcome back to Greenpoint Cricket Club in Cape Town, over 40s World Cup. First game of the tournament, we have the host nation South Africa, Wales. Just had a drinks break, the second one of the afternoon, 20 overs gone, South Africa 84 for 2. Only need a further 36 runs with 25 overs left. But, it is early in the tournament, but, James, these things do tend to happen in World Cups.
They do.
Do they consider just getting on with it? They can't lose from here. And I think, obviously, someone like Yaku Castle coming in next, I don't think it'll waste time. Net run rate. Not something to bother you yet. Do the job today, but always something to think about.
Yeah, most definitely. And you sort of wonder now, maybe at the time, as we're going to have a change of bowling. It looks like a spinner coming on from the promenade end. And so, Mikey might be a bit of a wrist spinner. Just have a look now and see who that is for you. Number 8 on his back, actually. So James Breeze is going to be coming on. Breeze, he's as Simon Holiday was talking about earlier on, he is able to turn his arm over and does have the leg spinner.
And there
that
we go.
One's played beautifully off a full toss out into the leg side through mid wicket for 4 by the captain Dugmore. And I was going to say, Steve, as we watch that shot again on the replay from Bandila, we just see James Breeze's first ball, maybe a loosener for the wrist spinner, just full bunger, and gets down on the knee and just plays that beautifully through mid wicket. Just what were they going to talk about at the drinks break? And that's it. Shall we knock these runs off as quickly as possible now? And
he's going to go again.
Another one again.
And that's out the
gone
ground.
all the way, I think. Yeah, that has gone seriously out the ground. They might be looking at a replacement ball there for that, and that's 10 of the first 2 deliveries from Breeze, just not able to use the pitch, unfortunately, and that's gone miles.
I think Dugmore had made up his mind anyway. There are 2 loose deliveries, obviously, but the wind has picked up, and with the ball turning into the left hand, playing with the spin, I don't think he's going to be holding back in that area. We might see a couple more.
We may indeed, and that was certainly didn't hold back on that one. Wonder if they are going to even find the ball. We're just waiting.
There's a passerby walking by in the Greenpoint Stadium where the rugby's played, and he's very kindly thrown the ball back over the wall, back into play.
That's very good. So, and it is an orange ball, so they know that it's that one, not the red one next to it.
There's no ball tampering happening there. We're very relieved.
Yes.
And what will happen next? Will he keep going? Dugmore? Who would bet against him?
No, you wouldn't. I mean, that's already knocked off 10 of the 36 needed, so just 26 needed now, and he plays it again to the same region. That's going to go straight to the man at that deep mid-wicket position, and they take the single. So 11 off the first 3 balls of James Breeze's spell, and it's been bit of carnage so far from the South African captain. Dugmore moves into the 40s and has almost done it imperceptibly that he's moved into the 40s, and he has done exceptionally well. He's been running a lot of 1s and 2s, but as that one's played as well by Nathan Jones, and that's also gone for 4, just forward a square on the leg side, and they're both getting into the act now. Nathan Jones with another boundary to add to his name, and that's
there may have been something in the drinks, but I think the message is very clear. South Africa have come to knock these runs off after that second drinks break. We've had 4 balls, 4 aggressive strokes, and we haven't allowed the leg spinner to settle. Of course, a very difficult art, and having missed those first 2, he's now sort of staring down the barrel here.
Well, it's, difficult for him to know what to bowl now, isn't it? He wants to pitch it up, he wants to give it the opportunity to swing, and he does do that this time. That's actually a very good delivery, and perhaps trying too hard maybe there. Nathan Jones, I think he picked the shot before the ball was bowled.
Yeah,
perhaps.
got a premeditation there.
I think so, but still no damage done, just spinning away from the right-hander. He's certainly intent on peppering that leg side boundary, or maybe the offside boundary. That one's outside the off stump, not able to make contact this time. And at the end of the over, very successful one for South Africa, 15 off it, and they're on 99 for the loss of 2, by far the most expensive over of the innings so far. It's 21 gone 99, and just needing the 21 to win now, as Breeze goes for 11 in that first over, with replacing Owen Hopkins, who was bowling from that end. And so Doug Moore has got the 4 boundaries so far, and just the second boundary there for
Nice
Nathan
festival
Jones in that over. Yeah.
atmosphere starting to
Oh,
build
it's
up here in the
wonderful,
late
isn't it?
afternoon.
Yeah.
As the wind picks up, there's a couple of shadows forming, and under the marquees, pretty full with family and friends enjoying themselves out here at Greenpoint Cricket Club this afternoon.
And we do encourage you to have a look at the Veterans Cricket Association of South Africa site, VCASA, the full program there of all the games in the Over-40s World Cup, or if you just look up Over-40s World Cup on the internet, you will find the program there for this particular tournament, and cricket happening all over the peninsula. We encourage you to get down there, as this one's played over the top down towards the man at a wideish extra cover and deep on the boundary, and they go through for a single as it's fielded by Michael Martin there on the boundary. Going to be Edwards again to the right-hander this time. They're coming over the wicket to the right-hander Jones. And he does have a go at that one again. And the intent is absolutely clear, Steve. They want to get these runs now as quickly as possible. So definitely maybe some words as well as something in the drinks.
Kudos to them. I think very impressed with them picking up on that. You can often not think about the small things when you're going through the motions. You could have been very pleased with your performance, but I think we're crossing the T's and dotting the I's now and looking to finish this game. Having said that, still a great spell here from Gareth Edwards, and he gets shown the respect he deserves.
Absolutely right, and that is exactly the way that you would want to play cricket. Again, you just look at this from a sort of professional point of view. It's not a question of just going in there and slogging. It really is a question of trying to pick the ball and don't overdo it necessarily. And again, you can't hit that one out the ground. It's a great delivery from Edwards, and he's really showing that he has he knows his trade, doesn't he, Gareth Edwards?
2 standout performances for Wales today was Gareth Edwards with the ball and who was it with the bat again?
Morgan with the bat. That's gone all the way. He won't get anywhere near that one, and that has been played beautifully by Nathan Jones. And he waited for that one. He was a bit circumspect, and then he took full toll of that delivery. And it really has been outstanding stuff from the South Africans now after 22 overs. So we just look at this one replay again. He picked the line up and the length up early and just went down on one knee. Beautiful shot.
Thing of beauty, the traditional slog sweep. I think almost made famous in the 90s by one Hansie Cronje in his duos with Mutai Muralitharan and Shane Warne. And I think it really revolutionized the way we play spin bowling. Previously, John T. Rhodes, of course, with a more orthodox sweeping shot, but just
this slog sweep, as they call it now, a lot of new cricket shot names invented over the last 20 years for you, and quite a few since you've seen sort of 50-over cricket pick up and be a lot more aggressive. And of course now with T20 cricket, all kinds of shots being invented.
Here we go. Doug Moore himself gets down on one knee, sweeps it out to deep square. As we sort of run down the clock here with only 11 runs required for victory from South Africa, it's worth mentioning that, of course, this is day one only of the tournament, and tomorrow we'll see Division A and B once again in action. That's Tuesday, the 20th of February at 10:15. Some notable matchups tomorrow, of course, are going to be South Africa against Sri Lanka in match 11 of this Cricket World Cup at Bergfleet High School. Something not to be missed, and I think with the rest day on Wednesday, South Africa then, of course, again in action against the UAE at Bishop's College Thursday before wrapping up Friday, again playing that 4th match against New Zealand at Claremont Cricket Club.
And that's going to be a really big match, that one on Friday against New Zealand. New Zealand already stacking up as a formidable opposition in this group, getting a good total earlier on today in their match. It was 263 all out. It might have been. I did have a look at it earlier on, but just focusing now back on this match. Doug Moore on 46, just 4 away from his half century. And he's going to hopefully get it with that shot.
There it is.
And I think that is it. It's going to go down to the boundary. Yes, it is. And that ball, as it was looped up in the air, looked like it was going to be a full toss. It was, and he took full toll of it and played it out to a wideish long on position for his 50. And so that was a very good 50 here from Captain Warren Dugmore. And it takes the total to 114. So only 6 needed for a win. Is he going to be no guts, no glory here? No, he's not. Just plays it beautifully through the covers with a sweet shot, a check drive through the covers. It's not going to go all the way, but they'll come back for 2. And that, in fact, now is their signaling is 50. But we thought it came off the previous delivery. But we have certainly does now have his 50. We've got his 52 of the 68 deliveries. And South Africa now just 4 away from victory as the captain scores the first half century for South Africa in this over-40s World Cup. And it's all coming to a rather sudden end here after the drinks break. South Africa rollicking along with many boundaries. It's ball getting more respect this time from Dugmore. Played out to into the covers. And it's the end of the over. Another expensive one from the spin of James Brees, and that went for 8 off that over. So it's 116 for 2, just 4 needed now for South Africa to win, and into then the 24th over, and it will not be Gareth Edwards. It's going to be the
South Africa
Dylan McPhee, sorry, again from this end, yes.
on Sunday play their 5th pool game. It is a round robin format, 12 teams in 2 pools of 6. So if you're in the Durbanville region on Sunday, the boys may need you as they play their final pool match against India.
Yeah,
Always
sort
of perennial
yeah.
title contenders. You'd expect the big guns there: South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, India, Sri Lanka, who knows. But support the boys, and of course the semi-finals and the finals take place next week between Tuesday and Friday.
Yeah, it is really going to be some outstanding cricket. If today is anything to go by, Steve, and we've seen some really great cricket from both teams with some standout performances today. South Africa with the ball and in the field were really outstanding. Everybody contributing, as that's played down to third man by Nathan Jones. He's not going to get 2 this time, though, as it's... I'm sure it is down there at just on the boundary. So that actually looks like there's actually Nick Morgan there, the half century maker for Wales. So we say some outstanding performances stand out for Wales. Nick Morgan's half century and Gareth Edwards' bowling has been outstanding. And the catch that Tim Hemp took off Darren Bassage was also some outstanding fielding from South Africa. It was just a great all-round performance, really, set up by the quickies early on.
Exactly. Hard to single anybody out when everybody's contributed.
Yep.
And I think as a team, I think that's what they'll take away from today's game.
I think 100% right, as that's just off the pad into the offside, and quick single called through by Nathan Jones. In fact, he came off the bat, not signalling leg buys Peter Tate, so maybe just a bit of an edge or something onto the pad and then into the leg side. But it's all happening, as I say, 2 runs to win, and it's McPhee into Jones, and that's played through the covers. That's going to be the win. It goes through to the boundary for 4, and South Africa have completed this win in highly professional circumstances by 8 wickets. They win in the 24th over, and they have accelerated that scoring rate massively since the second drinks break, and they win by 8 wickets, unbeaten at the crease. Jones on 34, and the captain Dugmore on 53 for Wales. Wickets to Smart and to Edwards. Edwards, the outstanding bowler. It's been a game played in an outstanding spirit. Wonderful to have been able to bring that to you, and really has been a privilege to be here at the Greenpoint Cricket Club. today. And just a final word from Steve.
Yes, thank you, James. It's very kind of you to have me with you up in the box. I think I thoroughly enjoyed it. I think our viewers probably thoroughly enjoyed it. South Africa, of course, we expected to win and win comfortably, but you still got to go out and do it. So well done to the boys today. I'd like to urge you, if you're in the Western Cape over the next week or two, please come down, support our boys in this venture in the Over-40 Cricket World Cup. I'm going to make my way down to the presentation area. But from myself, Steve Estrad, a very big thank you for joining us. And thank you to you, James.
Thank you so much, Steve. Wonderful to be here and to have you with me. And hope we get the chance to chat together again.
We'll catch up a
in
bit
the
later.
future. We all do, yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So thank you very much.
You just know.
Yeah,
Thank you.
will do. Thank you. And from my side, just a reminder that tomorrow South Africa are at Bergfleet High School. I will be there again. Please join us for the broadcast there. And we will sign off now here from the Greenpoint Cricket Club. It's been a wonderful day out here. Beautiful hot day here in Cape Town. Bit of a breeze helping us along. But South Africa ending victorious in the first match of the inaugural Over-40s World Cup. And we just want to bring to your attention as well that the South African women are hosting Sri Lanka in a series coming up soon. In fact, at the end of March, and just to talk to you a bit about that, they're playing against Sri Lanka in a T20 series. There'll be a T20 matches happening Wednesday the 27th, Saturday the 30th of March, and Wednesday the 3rd of April. Those matches in Benoni, Potchefstroom, and East London. If you are in any of those areas, please make your way down to the ground to support our ladies. Just back now from their outstanding performance in Australia, having beaten Australia for the first time in both T20 and one-day international formats, not able to complete that great performance in the test match, unfortunately, but massive learnings for them from that tour, and wonderful performances from Laura Wolfart and the South African women. So please keep an eye out for those fixtures, with that tour starting at the end of March. Some time for our ladies then to have a bit of a rest. Some of them taking part in the Indian Premier League, taking place in between now and then. So it will be an outstanding tour. In the meantime, there's a lot of domestic cricket happening as well all around South Africa. This week, the 4-day competition, the round-robin phase of that comes to a close. 2 very important games happening there between the top 4 on the log. The Lions, the Titans versus the Lions at Centurion, and then Western Province versus the Dolphins here in Cape Town and at Newlands from Wednesday, the 21st of February. We look forward to hopefully seeing you there. All games are being broadcast live on the CSA YouTube channel. Unfortunately, no commentary on the match from Cape Town, but there will be commentary on the match in Centurion, and it will be wonderful to have you with us for that. But please tune in for tomorrow's match between South Africa and Sri Lanka, happening at the Bergfleet High School. I will be once again there tomorrow at Bergfleet, and hopefully we'll have some insights from the Sri Lankan and South African teams again there tomorrow. Today has been an outstanding performance from South Africa, all-round performance, both with ball up front and with the bat, restricting the Welsh team to 119 all out in the 44th over, and then knocking off the runs inside 25 overs to win by 8 wickets. Performances all round, but 50 by captain Warren Dugmore from the bat, and then great performances by the 3 spinners for South Africa, Tamur, Yasadita, and also from Ridwan Williams. Really got them over the line, but that thanks to an opening spells from Yako Castle and Lundi Mbani that really were outstanding to reduce India to 26 for the loss of 4. So from us here at Greenpoint Cricket Club, a beautiful Greenpoint Cricket Club under the shadow of Table Mountain, and the production team here, Bandile, Pat, and Zoe, and from all of us here at this Over-40s World Cup, here at Greenpoint from our sponsors, Sisonke, and from Vita 24, and the City of Cape Town, and from Pitch Vision. We really appreciate you tuning in and hope you will join us again for many more of these matches over the next 2 weeks. Thank you, and from me, goodbye.